And we are live back at Club Jack. Happy New Year. Happy 2024. Happy gambling. Back at it. We took a hiatus for the holidays and we're back in full force. As you can see, full table, ready to rock and roll.
Oh man, it feels good to be back, don't it?
It does. Huh.
So,
Tom's been at the Bahamas.
yeah. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wanted to get back home.
That's right. We missed you here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to run outside. Savannah thought she dropped something. But thanks for everybody for joining us here. It's Friday night, January 5th, brand new year. Here for some live stream games. Sorry we've been a little bit delayed. Went through some changes here at Club Jack here recently, getting things back up and running the way that they should be. It's good to see that we have a full table here for the live stream. Everybody's still excited to play poker.
Absolutely. They are just getting everything completely set up on the table. And
So what are we doing here? I know we're doing a 1-2 game. Are we doing a mandatory straddle for this game, or is it just...
I don't know if they've agreed on that. I know some people have bought in deep, but it's deeper than.
Yeah, typically in a 1-2 game, the buy-ins will be 1 to 300, but the max here is 1,000. So typically what you'll see here is a mandatory straddle be included with that kind of a buy-in.
Yeah.
How they're doing it, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out as the cards come out, figuring out who the dealer is going to be now.
I heard they were talking about doing the stand-up game. They were talking about doing a lot of stuff out there.
That would actually be really fun to see a stand-up game.
Yeah.
7 deuce game, some kind of exciting action just to make it a little bit more interesting. For anybody that's unaware of what those games are, a stand-up game is where when the game begins, like it is now, see, we're just now figuring out where the dealer button is, everybody will stand up, and you are not allowed to sit down until you win a hand.
The last one standing pays a sum to every other player.
Is that okay? So different ways you can do it, but that definitely makes it more interesting because it forces you to want to get in there and maybe bluff a little bit.
Oh yeah, it makes a big difference.
The 7 deuce game, of course, if you have 7 deuce and win the hand, generally everybody will pay you some amount, very similar to the other game. We got some familiar faces here in the crowd. It's good to see the players back here at Club Jack. I believe we're going to need to fix this camera angle here, though. It seems like it's a little too far aimed to the left. Got a little bit of dead space there. This camera angle also needs to be brought over a little bit to the left. I haven't been here in a while. Again, we had some changes, so haven't really got to do all the camera maintenance that we need to do.
First hand here for Jessica. Cowboys.
Yeah, she's going to love this flop here. Of course, she's always going to be a little bit nervous about the jack, but it looks like she's going to go ahead and get called. Yeah, the stone's going to go ahead and float with his 5s. Generally, when somebody continuation bets, that doesn't mean that you should just automatically go ahead and start folding. But Jessica's going to just take a very passive approach with her kings. She's going to find out the bad news that she lost to runner. That's why we just need to go ahead and fire out there. Yeah, we can be worried that our opponent has the jack, but just because we get called after we bet on a paired board doesn't always necessarily mean that our opponent's going to have that jack. I think she would have been wise to throw out one more bet, and I think 5s have no other option but to fold. still though, first hand, probably doesn't want to go too crazy. But with pocket kings, it's very difficult just to bet once and then check, especially when there's no ace out there. Got to fight for those pots. So again, thanks for joining us here. We're here at Club Jack, out here on Outer Loop in Louisville, Kentucky, at 165 Outer Loop. That's 40214. You can visit us on clubjackpoker.net. We're also on Poker Atlas. You can find us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, be sure to reach out to us and we can get you all the information or answer any questions you may have. If you're interested in signing up for the live stream, just simply give us a shout. As we see here that Ray is going to go ahead and straddle the button. So, is that what happened the last time? I didn't get to see that. Was that a straddle?
I don't know.
Okay, so
but I would assume there's probably going to be a straddle on more often than not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to do it. We'll just take note of that and look at it the next hand if it's going to be a button straddle game. Generally, mandatory straddles are going to be played one of three ways. You're either going to be a mandatory straddle under the gun, mandatory straddle on the button, or a winner straddle, so you can still be in the big blind and straddle.
There's everybody's buy-ins.
Yeah, so we got a couple people here. Yeah, it looks like 3 of them went ahead and bought in for the max. Looks like one of them bought in for 8. A couple other ones bought in for 400.
Pokerman 3210. Do they have another one to go? Yes, they do.
They do,
and
actually.
I think
yes,
almost about to get a third one.
Yeah.
Started. It looked like.
I want to say they just started a tournament.
Oh, maybe that's what the other table was. But either way, there's definitely one full other cash game running, and there's about some other people in the. Brandon Rogers, glad to see the stream back on. Glad to be back.
Absolutely, Brandon. Thanks for being here with us tonight. We do appreciate your supporting us. Yeah, we've had quite a few issues, as many are aware, the past couple of months, and not just with the live stream, but other things as well. But of course, as time goes on, we work on ironing out all these issues. Of course, we just want to be able to provide you all with the best poker experience possible here in the Louisville, Kentucky area. Obviously, things do happen, and we've been trying to work on it. So the stream for Mitch and I is definitely the most important thing to get going. We understand and know that you all just want to be able to watch the action. So that's what we're here to do. See, that's the camera that we need to fix. All right, let's take a look at where this straddle is. I don't see a straddle on the button.
It's just
straight
voluntary.
I guess it's a voluntary. So it's just a high buy-in 1-2 game. I like it.
See, Kaiser 3. Mike ain't tight, though. No, Mike ain't
No,
tight.
Mike's not tight. Mike got the image of being tight, but Mike is actually an incredibly solid player. Very tough to play against. Got a lot of respect for Mike. But tight is not correct. He might be tag. He might be tight aggressive. But Mike's very solid. He knows what he's doing. He's wearing the Club JAQK hat.
Bets Ryland here. And my.
Yeah, I do like seeing it here. Of course, Mike with the top 2 pair isn't going to absolutely love the flop, but man, you feel good when you flop that 2 pair and get called. But right here, he's going to be thinking about what he could have been called by. Most likely an ace, probably a heart. Let's see how he plays it here on the turn. I would definitely expect Mike to go ahead and protect his equity on the turn with a bet.
80.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and bet 80. Now that's going to put Ryland in an incredibly difficult spot here. Let's see what Ryland chooses to do.
Ryland will probably be calling here. He doesn't have the Queen of Hearts, but it doesn't matter.
I think Ryland is going to just be hoping that his opponent is betting with a heart. Maybe like an ace-jack with the jack of hearts, ace-10, maybe. Not ace-10 because ace-10 turns super.
That's a good river for Mike to get paid on.
Yeah, so I see here Mike's probably, if I had to guess, probably going to fire it out about 150, somewhere in that range. And I think Ryland's just going to have to call, unfortunately.
Looks like it. Snap calls. What he bet? 120.
Yeah, got snap called. So great bet by Mike.
Yeah,
knew where he was at. Felt like his opponent most likely had something that his opponent thought he had. Was pair with a flush draw that missed. Might not be able to get out of it.
Brandon Rogers asks, is the stream going to be every Friday? I think we're trying to get it rolling every week again.
Yeah, they're trying to do Friday and Saturday nights. I don't know exactly what the plan on that is. Of course, we're just commentators. We're not involved with the actual company itself. Um, we just kind of go by off what they tell us. And the initial idea is to try to have a Friday night live stream game. Not necessarily the highest stakes possible, something that we can definitely get a good table of action going. So we'll see how that goes.
Right back for Rylan there. Ace King suited.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get his money back. Let's see if he has any players.
Any customers? Yep, John's going to be in there.
I was going to see John's got the lovely 8-9 suited. Definitely a playable hand pre-flop.
You better hope diamonds don't come. Yep, not a single one, but no one really connects or likes this flop. So, but Rylan went real small, though. He only made it, I think, $9 pre-flop.
See, I think we see a mistake there from Rylan. I think in this spot here, when you have the betting lead and position, of course we did miss the flop. We don't have the club. We hate to see it.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
$7 bet and call.
Yeah, that was incredibly weird. But of course, the 9's going to take it down. But I think there, with the betting lead in position, we still have a gutter to the straight. We have 2 overs. We can't just assume our opponents have it. I think we need to continue out on that flop because our range is just going to dictate that we have a lot of that. When we raise pre-flop and the flop comes queen jack, a majority of our range is going to be ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, king queen, king 10, king jacks, queen, a lot of these combinations of cards, and we can rep them very, very easily. You can also just rep a club. Hey, I raised with ace 5 offsuit with the ace of clubs. Now the flop comes 3 clubs. I've got a backdoor straight. I got a flush draw. It's just easy to rep those hands. So even though we didn't hit, it's very smart to bet. So here we have raise limping in with the pocket 9s. Tight Mike with the 7-9 suited says, no, sir. I'm going to go ahead and bump that up. And he's going to get a couple of calls behind him. Raise has no other option but to just call. Flop comes ace high. Nobody really loves this flop. Of course, John takes a small lead with a pair of 10s, but he can't know that. 5 on the turn. So really only a handful of people in contention here. I'm not sure how to pronounce this name. Ms. Cax? Miss Cax?
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Looks like John's going to go ahead and take down that pot.
Yeah, I don't think that's its real name, but you never know.
Miss Cax?
Who is that one?
If anybody in the chat knows who this guy is, knows how to pronounce their name, we definitely don't want to be jacking up their name.
Well, looks like God or his parents jacked up his name.
Yeah.
I don't think that's his name. I think it's like a nickname or a...
See, my parents were lazy. I got named Thomas. My dad's name is Thomas. My grandpa's name is Thomas. My great-great-grandpa's name is Thomas. My great-great-great-grandpa's name is George. So we're going to pick right back up. Looks like under the gun +1 is going to raise it up to 15. A little 5x bet with the 7-8 suited. I like it. Going to go ahead and take down that pot.
Everybody just settling in right now.
Yeah, anytime that you get into a cash game, especially when the cash game first gets going, you're going to see a little bit of tightness. You're going to start seeing a lot of, at least some of the more advanced players are at least going to make a note of how some of their players are playing. Take a couple of mental notes before you really start to loosen up and get into your game. It's always smart to get a read, get a feel for your table mates, how they play, how they act at the table. That way, you at least know what you're in line for. So we're going to see Jessica here with the backdoor flush draw, just ace high. Is going to go ahead and fire out. JTL with the backdoor straight and flush draws, 2 overs. I feel like he has to call here. I feel like if you're going to call pre-flop, you need to go ahead and call that flop as well. And then he's going to hit the absolute perfect turn card. He's going to have a gutter with a flush draw now. Most likely here, Jessica, after she continuation bet, is going to check. And this is a spot that we 100% need to bet every single time. And he chooses not to do that. And it's going to go check, check, and Jessica's going to win. So that's a spot that JTL just needs to learn to start betting. When you float the flop, essentially you're trying to do one of two things. In the case that we just saw right there, JTL was trying to float the flop to try to hit runner, and if he didn't, he was going to fold. The other play is to float and take advantage of your position and your opponent's actions. So there we see Jessica do a standard raise pre-flop. He calls, which is nothing wrong with that. But then once the flop comes out, we see a continuation call and then a check. This is a spot where just almost 100% of the time we have to bet there. Take the betting lead, and plus you get to find out exactly where you're at right there. So just a little bit of a missed opportunity, but luckily it didn't cost him too much. But he could have been raking down that pot very easily.
He would have just took it on the turn, but even if she had, he had plenty of equity if she'd called him.
And that's, you don't have to get too crazy there. You just don't have to get too
top
crazy.
set for Nady.
Yeah, and JTL is going to find himself in a tough spot now because he's got top pair. Ms. JAQK's got 7. Ryland's got the 7. Rays with the 2 overs. Of course, raises are going to go too crazy.
JTL.
But I love seeing Nate's play here. Nate is going to go ahead and fire out with the top set. Generally, people will just always assume that you will never do that you'll be slow playing. So it's actually a brilliant play because now he can approach this turn very passively and just check this.
Opened up some outs here for JTL.
Yeah, and maybe give JTL some hope that maybe his 10 was best. But I think here what's going to happen is he's going to fire big, and I'm just not sure if JTL can continue. He might get sticky, and it looks like he is. So he's going to need a miracle, and he's going to need it now. He's got 4 outs. Doesn't hit it, but that's might save him. But Nate himself is praying that his opponent was on a flush draw and hit it. It's just he's going to have to bet small here to get a call. Let's see what he does.
No, it's way too big.
Yeah, 150. It's going to be really hard for JTL to call here. He's going to have to be putting in half his stack. I think he just needs to realize that this was a very bad river for him. Still loses to 8-9, still loses to hearts, loses to any
Jack 9 who got a gut shot on the flop.
Yeah, Queen 10 or higher. It's a good fold there. But sometimes that's why you want to mix up your plays. You don't always want to slow play your hands when you flop big like that. Because otherwise, when all of a sudden you're just check raising, like your range is basically limited to the nuts on a check raise rather. Let's see here. Got a new comment. Good to have Tom back in the booth. Well, thank you. Yes, it feels good to be back. I have been out of the booth for a very long time. Of course, I've been living my best life, traveling the world, doing other exciting things, but this is the only other exciting thing that I would like to do. As we see here, Nate raise it up with the ace-king, Jessica with the 6-7 suited, Stone with the 4 deuce suited. Tight Mike's going to get in there with the ace-6 suited. So almost all the spades and all the clubs are accounted for. Flop comes out ace high.
2 of them with aces.
Yeah. So let's see how this is going to play out because we see tight might check. Of course, Nate has to bet because this board is so wet. But Mike makes a great fold with the ace-6 of clubs right off the bat, and that's one thing that we need to take note of is even though you flop that top pair, it does not always mean that you should call. Think about your opponent's opening range. Early, very, very early position. Bets pre-flop, gets a couple calls, flop comes out as coordinated as it is. Continues for 30. Mike basically just realizing that even if his opponent has the king, queen of hearts or something of that nature, still is going to find himself in very, very difficult spots out of position.
Scott Obermiller, love seeing my boys playing in the game. Let's go JTL and Stone. All right,
yeah,
Scott.
let's go JTL and Stone. Of course, I'm not biased. I'm not rooting for anybody in particular. But go them. So we see Jessica here take the lead with an 8. Miss Gax turns a gutter, double gutter. Could use the 6 or the 10. Raise with the 7. We'll see what Jessica does here with the 8. She's going to call. And then, of course, that 10's going to come out, and Miss Gax. Maybe it's Miska Axe. He's going to go for an extremely thin value bet.
It worked, I think. She called.
Yeah, it looks like she did call. Good bet.
From
Give
the
himself a little bit of
letters.
value. Yeah, good bet from the unidentified, unpronounceable Mishgax. If anybody has insight into what that means or what it says, let's know. Scott, you don't have to be biased. I'm biased enough for us both. Well, that's what's up, my man.
Hey, it's good to have people to cheer for.
Absolutely. I know a lot of these players, not personally, but I've dealt to many of them for many, many years. Definitely a fan of a lot of these guys, but I don't care who wins. I'm not invested. Let's see how Jessica decides to play her king-queen suited.
She's got three bet old Rylan. Rylan is the young whippersnapper here.
I like the 3-bet out of the big blind. Of course, you don't want to just always be calling. Of course, this is going to find her in a very difficult spot here with just the 2 overs, no potential flush draw.
What do you think if you're Rylan here, though?
I think Rylan just continues his story and just continues to call. I don't think you accomplish very much right now. I mean, I know that the board has diamonds out there, but a lot of the times your opponent's range out of that raise is going to include a lot of overcards and some pairs. Probably 9s, 8s, 7s would all feel comfortable betting right here. Of course, ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks.
He goes 88, 40.
All in for 88. So Jessica, I think here, after she's invested as much as she has to make a crying call. I just don't think that she can afford to fold here for only calling 48. She's getting almost 5 to 1 or 6 to 1 or whatever it is. I think she's just going to call, hope she has a chance to win, and she does exactly that. Even if a jack hits the turn, it's going to actually improve her equity a little bit.
Now she wants a jack.
Yeah, now she'll take that jack and hits the queen.
Yellow.
Nobody has a diamond. Unfortunately, Rylan, it's going to do it for his first buy-in. Jessica, it's going to get lucky on the river. Unfortunate for Rylan, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie flops. You know, I mean, you played it well. I think he played it extremely well. I think it would have been the same outcome if he went in pre-flop. I think Jessica calls. So I think
he only had 88
I think he
bucks.
chose
120.
Yeah, I think he chose the correct play because, you know, if you're going to go broke no matter what pre-flop, at least try to outplay your opponent on the flop. So, you know, instead of him just jamming it all in, you know, let's see the flop. Let's see if my opponent puts out a little bit of dead money. and then I can go all in from there. Sometimes it bites you, but sometimes you get your opponent to put it all in on the flop, basically drawing dead. I mean, Jessica got it in there with six outs. So
Huberto says, "Wow, that river. That river's a
yeah,
you know what sometimes, Hugh."
yeah. I'd probably be a multimillionaire if there was no rivers, but unfortunately, with a river,
Yeah, oh boy, Jessica and Stone here.
yeah. So we're gonna see some action here. I'm assuming that we're gonna try to slow play one another, which is gonna look very weird on the turn when all of a sudden we start going crazy. But that's why I like Stone's bet. Make it look like you're just trying to steal it. Of course, Jessica's just gonna call here.
Scott, we got Stone's in a good spot here.
Yeah. Let's see
And
what
she
your boy
raised it.
does. Yeah, it looks like she's going to go for a min raise.
Now 30 to 75.
30 to 75, so a little bit over a min raise. Jessica wants to know exactly where Stone's at right now, and Stone should do nothing but call. He's going to be ahead of about 90% of her entire range here.
He has the nut ace. Oh, choppy poo.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Stone, he just got the bad news of that they're chopping. He's only ever going to be worried about deuces.
That's going to be all in. She went all in.
Yeah, I mean, 200 all in, insta call,
400.
insta call.
400. A call now. Both of them got 3 outs to scoop this bad boy.
We'll see how many times they run it.
Scott praying for a king in the chat.
Each of them are about 12% equity right now. So it looks like they're going to just go once. They're just going to play it as it lies. And we're just going to waste a bunch of time and chop that pot up.
No bloodshed. Good deuce for Jessica there on the turn. Scott praying for the River King. Oh, Scott.
Yeah.
Not to be, my friend. Not yet. Sweet spot for the Stone Man, though.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately for him, he chose to get it all in on the turn when they were chopping. I like the bet, and then once Jessica re-raises, at that point, I might just go ahead and raise again. And then if you want to run it twice, then it's, we're going to chop that first time, but that second time, most likely going to take it down. I just feel that once you get raised in that spot, that your opponent basically has exactly what they have. I don't think ace deuce is in there. Of course, it could be, but I think if he goes ahead and 3-bet jams, he'll probably win a massive pot.
Scott says we'll get him next time. That's
Yeah.
the spirit.
Fortunately, the stream is going to go on for a few hours, so he's got plenty of time to get it together. Looks like Ryland bought back in, so still at a full table. There must be a game on because everybody seems more interested in the television than the game itself.
Ryland with his 2 favorite jacks.
Yeah, so he's going to get some deja vu here. He is going to be praying that bad luck doesn't visit him again. $8 under the gun. I actually like it. I don't think that you should really deviate your bet sizes based on the strength of your hand in different positions. I feel like $8.
Oh boy. Well,
yeah, so
top pair for Mike, middle pair for JTL, flush draw for Letters.
So what you're going to see here is, obviously Miss Cax is going to check. Ryland should be betting to protect his equity. Tight Mike, knowing that he's a pretty solid player, I don't think would ever raise in this spot.
Backdoor spades, he's definitely calling.
Yeah, because he wants to protect his equity there. He knows that.
Oh, don't worry. Letters is going to raise up his flush draw.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and put in a semi-bluff here. Ryland is going to be worried that he's up against a 10-7 7-3 suited, something of that nature, but he's just going to call. It's going to get Mike out of there, which is an excellent fold. We're going to go to this river. See if he can get lucky here. Hit the diamonds. He does not, but it's actually a great bluffing card here because it's going to put Ryland in a very difficult spot. Once you get check raised, you do have the overpair, but is it about 125? It looks like about 150.
Tough spot for Ryland here.
Very, very difficult spot here.
He is stuck, so could factor in.
Yeah. I don't think that we can just automatically go folding these turns, even though it's an overpair. Because your opponent could basically have something like ace-3 of diamonds that would probably making this bet. 8-9s, jack-9s, all the diamonds, obviously. Sometimes you're going to be up against 10-7, 10-3. But how he approaches this hand, I think it's just a call. I just don't think we can just start folding over pairs at this point. So let's see what this river is. The diamonds. So unfortunately for him, he's just found himself in a deadly spot. Of course,
Ryland's
letters,
jacks.
as you referred, is going to
Poor
probably
Ryland.
fire out a small bet. He wants a call. He bet 150 last time. It looks like he's betting 225 now.
Ryland's jacks. He can't hold up with him. See, that's why you said earlier. That's why I don't like making it $8 with jacks because you get these little goofy hands
Yeah, of course.
in there.
Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is when you're under the gun, I just feel that sometimes when you bet certain ways, it'll just reveal the strength of your hand.
Yeah, I got you.
And when you're betting 5x, with your pocket pairs and then min raising with some of these other hands, it just makes it a little bit easier for you to read the table, as we seem to be having some issues with the screen. I don't mind, increasing your bet size as your position throughout the table increases, but like under the gun, sometimes it just looks weak, and I also want those players in the pot. I mean, it's unfortunate that he hit the flush, but as we saw here, this player, before he ever hit a pair,
Poor Ryland.
yeah, Ryland's going to get the bad news. He's got the flush here. Unfortunately,
Well, as we were talking about earlier, 10-7, he beats now.
yeah, exactly. But that's kind of what I was getting to. It's like, yeah, unfortunately, our opponent did hit the flush. But if we think about it logically, our opponent had put in over, $250 before he ever even hit anything. So that's kind of what I was getting to is like, let's put our opponents in a position to be able to just pour this money in. And then, of course, hopefully we hold up. You can't always win every single hand, but I do actually like the way that he played it there because he allowed his opponent to continue putting money into the pot, basically needing a miracle. He had to hit the diamond, and there's only so many diamonds in the deck. There's 13 total. He has 4 of them now. There's 9 left on the flop. We just multiply that by 4. 9, 18, 27, 36 plus 1. So it's about 37%. So our opponent with a 30% equity on the flop is check raising. And then once we go to the turn, now he's only at 19%, and he's betting 225 or 150 on the turn, whatever it was. So let's let our opponents hang ourselves, and then sometimes we get unlucky, but sometimes we win a huge pot. Either way, good play. Got lucky with that diamond, won a huge pot. Unfortunately for Ryland, he's just running really bad right now.
With jacks at Club Jack. Doesn't seem right.
Does not.
But I mean, God, they gave you on the tail. The guy's got champion written across his chest. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
The man's going to hit him a damn diamond. He's letters. He's a champion.
Yeah, that's the spots. It's unfortunate for him because now it's going to hurt his ego a little bit. Because every time he gets a high pocket pair, he loses. So we'll see how he responds to that. The last thing you want to do is go on tilt because again, I personally think he played the hand pretty well. He, Could have raised. Obviously, there's going to be people that say, he could have raised again on the flop or on the turn and not prevented a diamond coming out from the river. But I think he just knew where he was at. I think he just knew that the queen wasn't very likely to help his opponent's hand. If he was losing, it was most likely already to like the two pair or the set. And he allowed his opponent just to basically keep pouring in, because even if the diamond misses on the river, I still believe that his opponent tries to pull out a crazy play to get him to fold.
Moa, your lawn says raise. Good luck, good luck. Yep, good luck, raise.
Yeah, good luck, Rays. Known Rays for many, many years. One of the better guys you'll meet. Looks like Ryland is all in here against JTL with the 5-deuce suit and hits the deuce.
Oh my God, Ryland.
Ryland.
You poor guy. Okay, he's going to take a little walkie poo.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk, because once you get called by 5-deuce right there, that's just an insane call.
Who did that to him?
JTL.
JTL.
Yeah, to the right, this guy right here.
Yeah, I see the smile on his face now.
Yeah. Trust me, I have history with the 5-deuce. It's one of my good friends' favorite hands. I actually put him on blast when I was on that live stream. I had to call out his 5-deuce.
Scott going nuts in the chat.
Let's go.
Yeah. His boy, JTL, he knows how to do it.
Yeah, it's that 5-deuce is my buddy's favorite hand, and I always talk trash to him about it.
I'm going to say your buddy's probably broke.
He doesn't play very often.
Yeah,
he doesn't play very often, but he, a couple of years ago, this is back when Poker Stars was still around, he won. They used to have the $2.20 180 man that we used to play all the time. And because it was like a super turbo and it was just fun. But he ended up winning that once for $108. And he won it with 5-2 offsuit.
Oh, yeah.
He's claimed it ever since. But it was like,
life-changing
you do
money.
realize that you had dude covered like 50-1 basically, and dude had one big blind. It was basically all in. Actually, that was a good tournament back in the day. I won that thing 11 times. 11 times I won that. We used to call them bracelets, although it wasn't bracelets. I do miss Poker Stars. I was kind of upset because when I was down in the Bahamas, I was trying to figure out a way to play on GG Poker, and just could not get it working, so I wasn't able to play on there. GG Poker is essentially the new Poker Stars. It's actually pretty awesome.
I saw.
Huh?
They're being investigated, I saw.
Yeah, they had some guy, if it's the same story, it was here recently, where some guy was able to figure out people's hole cards using some kind of program or something. I tried to get in touch with him to figure out how I could get that same program so I could finally become a winning player, but he was unreachable.
Nate Dogg with the 3 bizzle.
I mean, could you imagine being able to see somebody's cards and playing them? That's just crazy.
That's
that would be unbeatable.
Yeah, but I mean, kudos to them for catching it.
Yeah, absolutely. Last thing we need to have is any kind of
another cheat.
Yeah, another cheat in the game.
There's lots of that, sadly, in the gambling world. If there's
absolutely.
a will, there's a way.
Yeah. Hell, there's cheaters and everything. I was playing Call of Duty and there was people cheating.
Oh, I'm sure. People are weirdos.
Those people actually really get on my nerves. Like you cheat in a game that has no monetary value. The only value is that you feel good for winning.
Yeah.
But you had to cheat in the first place to even compete.
Yeah, pretty corny.
So it looks like Rays might be coming in here with a raise himself. Let's see what happens here. Feels like it's going to be like a king jack, king queen.
Yeah, whoops.
I like it.
But Stone, get ready, Scott.
Yeah, so your boy Stone is taking the old drink of water, what to do. Does he just call? He 4-bets it. So raise.
Ray.
You know, I know Ray's probably wants to fold, but I might peel one here.
No, he wants to call, but I don't know if they're deep enough is what he's trying to figure out. If he had 1,000, he would call.
Yeah.
500, he still might, but
you just have to hit so specific. There's zero wiggle room. So I mean, I could see Ray's laying it down, but I could also see him calling. Yeah, it's just if you're a lot deeper, making calls like that's a little bit easier because you have wiggle room to be able to outplay. Because most likely, he was playing a tournament stack essentially. Like, I'm gonna 3-bet this or 4-bet this up pre-flop. I'm gonna basically bet the flop with about half my stack, and then I'm all in on the turn. So that's kind of more tournament style poker where everybody's pretty shallow stacked. But you're right. I feel if he had about another 500-600 in his stack, Rays is 100% going to peel one.
He's got the right hand up.
Yeah,
in 100%. Position on the button.
Essentially, a good tip that I learned is when you're in hands like that, you want to make sure that you don't have hands like Ace-10 or King-Queen. You want to have hands like 6-7 suited, 9-10 suited. You want to basically be a little bit below your opponent's range because you don't want to be dominated by your opponent. So I love his hand selection there. It's just unfortunately just stacks weren't deep enough for him to continue. Don't blame him there.
Ray's putting the pressure here.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we see a lot of this. We see a lot of, I have middle pair. I'm going to bet on the flop, see if anybody has anything. If I get called, I'm going to shut down. I think Rays just kind of saw right through that. Good play by Rays. He has a nice little Poker Stars jacket too. I remember I had a Poker Stars jacket for a little while, and then they shut down immediately afterwards. I worked like a year to get that jacket.
Ryland said 2 jacks aren't good enough. I'm going to play the King Jack this time.
Yeah. He seems to be addicted to any kind of jack. And if I would have any kind of advice for him, I would just say fold anything with a jack involved because it is not running good. However, here in this particular spot, it's actually running really well. The downside is if that 10 comes, both of his opponents are going to beat him. So let's see if Ryland can actually get lucky here one time because Miss Cax is actually going to go ahead and fire out $60. This is a very optimistic play.
Well, look at Ryland.
Yeah, he's going to probably make Rays get out of there. But Ryland is going to say, no, sir, I'm going to raise. I just don't like the raise, though. A min raise? So short. I think you're just setting yourself up for trouble because, I mean, I'm just never folding. So he better pray this 10 don't come. Oh, I thought the 10 was going to come. Like, you can't be running this bad. So turns out it's going to be a good play because he's just going to go all in. And I stand corrected. He is just going to bet 100. So I guess he just knows exactly where his opponent's at, and he is going to give him a price to continue, which I just don't think that he can do at this point. So looks like Ryland is finally stepping it up, getting a W under his belt. Of course, Miss Gax, has enough money to throw out a stab. But betting 60, first act there is a little bit optimistic, especially if you find yourself in a raise and then you're going to have to turn away your equity because now you have to fold. Let's see here, Scott. Better to win pre than to see a flop and your opponent flops a set or 2 pair. Yeah, I don't actually know about that, Scott.
He's talking about the 9-10 hand.
The 9-10 hand? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, because generally, if we're just getting it all in pre-flop, a majority of the time we're just going to be against a strong range Um, we want our opponents to make as many mistakes as possible, and if we're only allowing them to do that pre-flop, it's going to leave a lot of value on the table. Um, of course, with the aces there, though, that's just going to be a mandatory raise. I mean, you can't just not raise there. Generally, the only time you're going to want to flat with aces if you get 5 bet or 4 bet, and then that way your opponent's just saying, "Hey, I've got it. I'm going to continue strong." And then that's basically what happens. You just call with the aces. You let your opponent go crazy on the flop, and then you take down a huge pot. But again, that's what we're talking about. We're allowing our opponents to make mistakes. It's the best thing you could possibly do. So I want to see Jessica here get a little stingy with the gutter, called all the ways down. I think when Cax here checks, this is a mandatory fire. But to me, it kind of looks like 9-10. You call the flop, you check the turn, the river comes out, now all of a sudden you're betting big. Looks like it went check, check.
No,
Jessica bet 100.
Insta-fold it.
Yeah, me personally, if you're, betting the flop, get called, check, check on the turn, check, and then bet on the river, just feels like sometimes somebody's trying to steal it there. A lot of the options are going to be open-endeds that missed, straight draws that missed. It's hard to call with ace high there, but sometimes in those spots you just have to make the hero. I feel like if a jack was in play there, not necessarily that she would have raised on, in position on the flop, but once your opponent checks to you on the turn, you should 100% be firing out.
Set of threes for Rylan here.
Just making a comeback.
His luck might turn around. Nate bets at 30. See what if last time he flopped huge, he went with the mid raise. Let's see what he goes. Nope, just calls. Ugly club on the turn, but beautiful. He pairs the board. He makes a little boat. Nate's checks. Yikes.
Yeah, hits the miracle 3-outer.
He checked on the flop. He raised. The V-pip.
That's what we're standing at here. Jessica, top.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, we had some questions about the Club Jack live stream. I was checking that out just now. If you're having trouble finding us on Facebook, it's actually on our secondary Club Jack poker page. Just now found that out. Looks like here that there are 2 Club Jack Facebook pages. So if you're having trouble, it is on Club Jack, not Club Jack Poker. Bear with us as we get this issue worked out. As we see Stone with the little baby pair of deuces, Nate with the over, Rylan also with the baby deuces, backdoor flush draw, Stone as well.
Kellen McHugh says, yo, rake them in. Well, that's right.
Yes, rake them in, rake it all. Oh, wow. So Stone is going to take the aggressive approach with his bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. It's going to get called by Nate with the the over pair, and he is going to turn that 3 outer. So let's see what happens here. I'm assuming that Stone is just going to, fire out 200. That is a incredibly stout bet. It's going to put Nate in an incredibly difficult spot here. I think Nate should just do nothing but fold. And it looks like he does just that. I mean, it's a little too stout of a bet there, Stone. I think that's, when we've taken the lead here, and I just think that we need to downsize a little bit just to get value for our hands.
Uh-oh, there's a little flop here for JTL. Flopped the nut straight with the royal flush draw. Turns the second nut flush, but that's it. Almost a royal JTL. Oh, he got called.
I mean, Ryland would have to just make a superhero call, and I just don't see that.
Dastel Judd. Stone's running good with these aces, ace X's. Yeah, he's played 2 hands, Stone, and 3 hands. Aces, ace king, ace deuce, and he's won every one.
Alright, so now that we got that worked out, again, if you're having any kind of issues streaming, just find us on Club Jack Poker on Facebook. Not the actual Club Jack page. There is 2 pages, Club Jack Poker and Club Jack. And then you can also find us on YouTube. I just posted a link, so if you're looking to stream, should be up there momentarily. Not really sure why we have 2 Club Jack Facebook pages. There's Club Jack.
Just that popular.
It's Club Jack, and then there's Club Jack Poker.
I don't know.
And also, if y'all are friends with me on Facebook, you can also find it on there as well. Nate with the Kings. Looks like it's a $10 straddle. Nate is going to make it 35 with Kings. 3.5x, really not that bad. Rylan, of course, going to get a little spicy. He's on tilt. He's wanting to win some hands. He's also got a lovely 5-6 suited. And I know he doesn't want to do it, but this could be a great spot to float his opponent.
There's our buddy Jerry Jones, owner of the Cowboys. Glad to see you guys are back up and streaming.
Hey, Jerry.
Love it. Thanks,
good
Jerry.
To see y'all. Yeah, good
Having
win.
a fantastic season, buddy.
Yeah, good win against the Lions. Y'all got a little call there to give y'all a break.
Yeah,
illegal
a little.
touching.
Yeah, a little.
But good to see you here, Jerry. Thanks to you and everybody else that's here in the live stream tonight. I'm glad that we can get it back up and running. We've been desperately trying to get this going now for a while. It's just, of course, as everybody knows, we've had some issues here at Club JAQK here recently. All of those issues have been cleared up, and now it's just trying to get everything back up and running correctly. The stream definitely struggled there for a while. Not on our end, because of course we're totally professional and awesome. It was just there was some technical issues that we run into. Again, we're a very small market here, and we're trying the best that we can to provide the Louisville, Kentucky area with the premier poker experience that everybody so desperately wants. Again, being in a one casino market, there's just no competition right now. So what we're trying to do is create some competition. So we see here tight Mike with a top pair. Just going to outflop JAQK. But yeah, as I said, we're glad to be back up and running. There's nothing that we would rather be doing right now other than actually playing poker, which, speaking of, I probably won't be here next week. Probably going to play in a poker tournament. Haven't got to play many poker tournaments since I got back into town. So I'm going to go get my gamble on. As we see JAQK's here, turn a gutter. He's not going to love it too much, though. I think he should probably just go ahead and consider folding. But he's not. He's going to get sticky with ace high. And I think it's going to go check, and Mike's just going to find out that he has the best hand.
I just went to the little boys' room and had to walk through the poker room. And so if anyone is wondering, it looks like 2 games going plus the stream. Or they're about to start another game, it looks like. So,
well, I might take a break and go play a couple hands. Here, raise with the ace king. And he's going to get 3-bet by Mike on the button with the ace 10. So, and then Nate is going to wake up with queen. So this is going to be incredibly interesting here. So Nate's going to go ahead and 4-bet this. Let's see what he makes it, about 135.
What is Ray's going to go with?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see here. Is I could absolutely see a 5-bet. But I think Rays needs to realize here that it's probably just going to be a call from his position. I just don't know if he wants to go piling in money unless he just wants to go ahead and flip. But when you're re-raised by the button, you don't have to worry about that too much. Or no, actually I had that backwards. He is on the button. Nate's on the button. Okay, so yeah, this is a spot that Ray's probably going to go ahead and re-raise. And then just get into a flip with Nate and decide however many times they want to run it. But, when you get raised by the cutoff and then all of a sudden you're, raised by the button, doesn't necessarily mean that they all have aces, kings, whatever it may be. And raise folds.
Oh, look. Kind of right, kind of wrong. I mean,
so yeah, he was probably assuming that was an incredibly strong range with a raise, 3-bet, 4-bet. It's absolutely strong.
Queens is.
I think he was worried about if he raises, what does Mike do?
Yeah, Mike could accidentally wake up with
Yeah,
something.
and if he calls, what does Mike do? I think that's what he was worried about right there. I don't mind the fold, but I'm just a gambler. If I see ace king, it's almost impossible for me to lay it down. That's just me, though. Especially suited. Ugh, those don't come around very often. Yeah, the whole time I was on my trip, I only saw ace king about 3 times. Maybe 4. I don't think I won once. For sure, never saw ace king suited. Never saw aces, never saw kings.
Scott Obermiller says, "Loved the room when we went to visit. Very inviting staff, dealers, and players. Good atmosphere." Thank you, Scott. It is a nice,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's a cool
Club
room.
JAQK is actually great. It's a great place. And that's why we want it to succeed so bad. That's why, we do what we can to try to uplift it as much as possible. Because everybody, again, coming from the Louisville, Kentucky area, this is a very small poker community because we live in a one casino market. It's not like you go up to, some of these other places like Texas, Nevada, Atlantic City, Florida, where there's multiple card rooms, there's multiple options, everybody's competing for your business, offering promotions and stuff like that. Here in Louisville, we have one option. That's right across the bridge. And if you want any other options, you have to drive about an hour, hour and a half away. Not everybody likes doing that. So everybody knows everybody here. Everybody is all friendly. It's actually one of the more nicer places to play at that I've played in. I've played a lot across the United States, and this is one of the more friendly games in town. Club JAQK is definitely done what they could to provide the best experience to players, and I think that's just what you're seeing here.
Kellen McHugh says, "Folding the ace king suit at pre is quite tight, but I respect it."
It's definitely tight, but we have to look at the dynamics of the situation. Rays is in position in the hijack, and he is raising it up. He immediately gets 3-bet, and then immediately gets 4-bet. And, of course, ace king is a premium hand, but what we have to think about is what's going to happen in the future. So if Rays decides to re-raise and put in a 5-bet, what does his 2 opponents do at that point that have already shown strength? If he just calls, what does Mike do? The last person in the hand. What does he do? So I think Rays just realized that he was kind of in a bad spot there, that he might have to be playing for his entire stack. And you don't necessarily want to be playing for your entire stack.
Not with ace king, you don't.
Not with ace king. Now, this isn't a tournament. This is a cash game. But I don't think that you should fold it every time. So I will say that I don't think it's a fold every time. But I think there he just realized that he might have to play for potentially his whole stack. So, but I digress. We move on, and we see here that John with the 2 overs and the nut flush draw against Jessica's over pair. It's going to be interesting to see how Jessica approaches
Ryland's
this.
got top pair.
Yeah.
Ryland.
Yeah.
Welcome to the run good side of the stream.
Ryland is finally starting to turn things around.
Don't speak too soon.
He's got a very sneaky 7. Looks like he's going to bet 60, get immediately called by Jessica with the 2.
John said nope.
The over pair. The 2 of them are going to go to the river, see the 8. Ryland's going to hold up here, and I think there's no way Ryland just checked.
No, he bet, she called.
Okay, I couldn't see that. Okay. So it looks like he went for a very good bet there, decided to downsize his bet a little bit to ensure a call, especially in a situation where every single draw missed. 4, 5, 5, 6, ace 4, ace 5, hearts, they all missed. He could have been sticky with an ace king. That missed. So goes with a small sizing, and it holds up. Very good bet by Ryland. Finally starting to turn things around. He's on a nice little upswing here. He started off down 2 buy-ins. It looks like he's got at least one of his buy-ins back. So he might only be down just a little bit right now. I will say it was kind of cool when we were down in the Bahamas and I got selected for the live stream table. So it was very similar to this, except for it was just a tad bit more professional. Just a tad bit. I would like to see us implement some of the things that they did out there, though. Like they made all of their people wear microphones. It's like I had to wear like a little, like a mic or whatever. That way you can just, sometimes we can hear the players talk, but hearing the table dynamics, as far as, speech plays and talking and how people are acting at the table, very important part of the game. Sometimes we can hear them, sometimes we can't. It's not very loud. So it'd be cool to see a little bit better microphone action in there, but we do the best with what we got. So it looks like here we might be doing a bomb pot.
Yeah, dealer change, I think. No, maybe not, but either way, I think they agreed to do a bomb pot here. I don't know if they're doing the PLO version, the double board version, the single board version.
I think I heard Omaha something.
Probably an Omaha double board would be my...
What a brutal game. That's basically just like, all right, let's see who all can go all in. I mean, the amount of draws that are on two boards of Omaha, like, it's almost... You're like a, 98% to have some kind of really good draw.
I'm not going to confirm or deny. I've got Omaha double board figured out very well, and I don't want to teach people how to play them.
No, you don't want to do that.
Because people do not play them well.
No.
I'll just leave it at that. Scott Obermiller, need to fix that cam so we can see Rylan in his face when he wins. Well,
I can actually go ahead and take a look at that. Need to figure out which camera it is. We can actually go out there and look at it. I don't know how well I can adjust it. Let me figure out which camera this is.
Take it from me, Scott.
It's this camera right here. Yeah, because this is what I was talking about earlier. But we don't want to move it over too far because we'll block out. But it's supposed to show the 8-9 seats. Actually,
just a single board bomb pot. And take it from me, Scott. Rylan's face is nothing to look at. So just single board here. We've got kings at 5s and 6s for John. A gut shot straight flush draw for Nate. Open-ended and a little wrap for Jessica. We've got Type Mike has now a gutter and queen high hearts. His hearts are good. Set of 10s turned here for JTL. So here they go. 3 pair flopped for John, but it's not a good turn card for King 6-5. Jessica is wrapped from a 3, 4, 7, 8, or she doesn't want the 9 because completes Queen Jack, even though Queen Jack is not out there. She doesn't know that. But she does have a nice wrap from a 3 to a 9. Can't be of the heart variety. I think this is also capped. I think they only put in two. They can. One player can not lose more than 200, I believe. So, wow, John calls with the kings, 5s, and 6s, and there's the deuce. JTL turns his set of 10s into the 3-4. He plays his danglers. Scoop a loop for JTL. Let's hear it, Scott. Sweet little bomb out there. Everybody had a little bit of it. Single board. variety is a little more straightforward. Just plays like a natural Omaha hand. Double board, a little different. But nice scoop there for Mr. JTL. Just too lucky, is what I'm going to say. That stands for. Huberto, wow. Scott, my boy. Dastel Judge, did JTL just check over? No, what happens on these bomb pots is they put a cap. The most one player can lose in a hand is 200. So as you saw, they all put in 200 on the flop, and then they just see it out, or the turn, whatever, because they don't want, players to go broke in the bomb pot, because that's not the actual game they're playing. So, attaboy JTL, Seth Parker, that JTL guy sure is handsome. Hey, if you say so, Seth. That deuce on the river was awfully handsome. Yeah, no. He didn't check the nuts. They just a capped scenario. Because a lot of people could go broke on bomb pot, so that's kind of why they do that, to protect the players from.
Does that miss a lot of action?
They got it all in on the turn in the bomb pot 3 ways.
Oh yeah.
JTL scooped it.
Oh wow. Oh yeah. Nice little increase. He's loving life. So I did get those camera angles fixed. We're not going to know for about 15 minutes, but you should be able to see your buddy a little bit better now. See his pretty face. Mike went ahead?
Don't think so. He just let's see what we got going on here. Queen's good here for John. Jessica might think it's a pretty good flop for 2 4s. Rylan with his he's got a little whiff-a-roo here.
I'm missing the chat here.
Oh, you were nothing. You just nothing to see here. You were gone. I was just cutting it up with him.
Yeah, see, he thought he checked that river too, but that was that hand where he had the trip 7s. I thought he had checked as well. I was like, there's no way he checked that.
That's
75.
No, that's not. That's the bomb pot.
Yeah.
No, that's he's talking about the bomb pot.
I got you. Yeah, it turned out one of the cameras, this angle right here that we're looking at currently, was just shifted a little bit too far over. So the camera angles are supposed to cover people's seats. So like this one right here, for example, is supposed to cover 1, 2, 3. This one covers 2, 3, 4. The straight up camera covers 4, 5, 6. Then the other one's supposed to cover 7, 8, 9. But looks like that last camera angle was just a little jacked up. So we got that corrected. Should be back up and running back to normal here pretty soon.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Letters has 2 A's he wants to add to his name.
Yeah, we got a couple of premium hands here, so let's see what happens. Hopefully, not rooting for anybody's demise, but a 3-7 ace flop with 2 diamonds would be nice.
Well, no. All 3s are out.
Yeah, 3s are going to get out of there.
How much for it? 48? No, it doesn't matter. Ryland's going to get the news here. So now we know. Miss KAAX. The AA is for ace-ace.
He is going to go for an incredibly large size here.
Yeah,
I just don't know if Ryland can make this call here with the king-queen suited. I mean, I like the raise. I like the 3-bet. But that's just, unfortunately, I think you're just going to have to fold this here. You found out the information that you wanted, and you got the bad news. But he is not. He is going to call, and he's going to flop top 2. So this is going to be incredibly spicy. So, of course, Cax is just going to immediately fire out. And
A little scary flop, though, for aces.
it
Oh,
is.
no,
He
never
just
mind.
instantly goes all in, and he is going to get snap called. He is never going to put his opponent on a 10-jack, so
oh, my sweet Lord. Yeah,
he is going to need an ace or a 9 or running cards to make some kind of miracle happen.
Well, the way
here.
Ryland's
and
running
the
tonight.
10, so he's got outs. He can hit the 9, the 10,
the way Ryland's
the jack,
running,
and
no.
So Ryland is started off incredibly poorly. He lost a couple of buy-ins to start the game, and now he is on a straight tear. He might be first place overall as far as the chip counts are concerned. That is a huge, huge pot. I mean, I don't mind his raise, but when the board is that coordinated, I think that you don't just shove on the flop. I think you definitely bet, but then you just reevaluate because that board is extremely coordinated, and a lot of the times your opponent will have
kings,
queens, nines, king, queen suiteds, king, jack suiteds, queen, jack suiteds, some kind of board that some kind of hand that coordinates with that board. So I think what we would have saw is basically still the same thing, but you kind of protect yourself and allow yourself to have some wiggle room. When you just go all in there, I mean, it's either the opponent's going to call or fold.
Yeah, they either got you or not.
Yeah, they either have you or you don't. You're going to win a big pot there or you're not. But I think I definitely like the approach when you have almost $900 and you just 4-bet pre-flop to about 200 to probably just continue firing out about 250. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think I'd like to fire out about a
he could have
about a half
stack
pot
there.
Yeah, I'd like to see about a half pot bet there.
I mean, if he bets 200 and then Ryland rips it on him,
yeah, you can reevaluate.
Yeah, the only hand you beat at that point is ace king.
Yes,
and you have two aces, so
it gives you some wiggle room.
Yeah, you can get away from it.
Yeah, I think you can still get away from it, but either way, I mean, it's not like I don't mind it, but I always like to have a little bit of wiggle room just in case I have to make a hero fold. Not saying that I could have necessarily folded aces there, but it's just unfortunate that his opponent hit the top two.
Yeah,
either way,
I do not like that flop
hand.
though. When I raise,
Oh,
I get 3-bet, I 4-bet, and I get called. Huge.
And then the flop comes there.
He 4-bet huge.
You know your opponent's never going to have 8s or lower, unless, I mean, I guess depending on your opponent. But generally speaking, your opponent is going to have a range that consists about 5 to 10% of hands, and that's it.
And they are all on that board.
And they are all on that board, yes, absolutely. So it's just unfortunate for him. His opponent did have precisely that. He did have outs to win, but you could see it. You could see he's upset off of that.
White gold 502. Let's go tight Mike.
Yes, sir. Let's go tight Mike. Of course, we've had this discussion so far. I do not believe that Mike is tight. I believe that Mike is solid. I feel like there's a difference between solid and tight. Tight, to me, is you're basically only waiting for one of 6 hands. Ace, king, ace, queen, aces, kings, queens, jacks. Maybe 10s. And Mike spices it up. We've seen Mike 3-bet multiple times. But that's one thing that we need to focus on as players is our image and taking advantage of it. So, everybody refers to Mike as tight Mike. So, I've had many conversations with Mike. Mike's a wonderful guy. He takes full advantage of that image because everybody thinks he's tight. And what he does is he 3-bets a little bit more often. And if you've studied any kind of poker, not necessarily that GTO comes into play in a game like this, but if you studied any kind of advanced gaming theory, those who 3-bet more are more likely to win. And what we see here is look at Mike's stack. Mike's got a nice little stack here, and he's come out and 3-bet multiple times. And just to go against his name, when he was doing that, he was doing it with the worst hand. He 3-bet with the ace-10. He 3-bet with the 6-7 earlier. I can't remember what it was. Some suited connector. But again, the one thing that I always go back to is that these players cannot see your cards. They just get caught up in the way of the world. If an opponent 3-bets, everybody's mind just automatically assumes high cards. High pair, high cards. We're going to see Nate here go ahead and raise it up out of the small blind against Jessica's king 5 off. He's going to go ahead and bet $5, get called. Turn's going to come out a brick. It looks like they're just going to check it down. Nate's going to go ahead and scoop this massive $22 pot.
Don't spend it all in one place, Nate.
So we see Stone.
White
all
gold,
the way up at the top, going to showdown.
What's up, guys? It's Billy. What's up, Billy? And you're right. Mike plays solid poker and definitely loves the image. LOL.
What's up, Billy? How you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we get caught up in people's images, right? So, we see a loose player at the game and we just automatically always assume that they never have it. So we play differently against those guys. And then, I'm not going to call anybody out specifically, but, through my years of dealing at the casino or playing, there are players that are, pardon my language, but butthole tight. And if they're in the hand continuing after the flop, they have basically one of two things. They have an overpair or they flopped a set. And I saw it the other day. I went and played at the casino, the local casino here this past Tuesday. And one of the guys at the table, he's one of 4 brothers that plays. I'm not going to name any names. But he was in the hand, and I was just like, well, if he's in the hand, he has a set of 3s. It's literally the only thing he had. It might have been deuces at the time. And, of course, he had the set of deuces. Shout out to the 4 brothers, though. I do love all of you all. But I'm not going to say anybody's name.
Four Brothers is a phenomenal movie, by the way.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a really good movie.
One of my favorite, probably top 5 movies of all time for me.
I can't think of what that dude's name is that got killed in that movie. He's been in a couple of things. The blonde dude.
Yeah,
he's been in
the
a bunch
rock
of
star
stuff.
brother, the punk rock one.
Yeah.
You get his real name?
Yeah, I was trying to think. He's been in a bunch of movies, but yeah, it was him.
Mark Wahlberg, Tyrese, and Andre 3000,
and Andre 3K. By the way, I don't know if you heard Andre. I don't know if you heard his new album, but it's crazy good. It's totally different than what you would expect, though.
He's playing a flute.
Yeah, literally the whole time.
I don't think that's crazy good.
It's actually really good.
No, thank you.
Well, it's not. It's obviously it's background music to me, but I'm not going to sit there and say it's like world class, but it's a really good album. It's just if you like music, you would like it. I think Kanye is supposed to be dropping his new album here too. I don't know if it dropped yet.
The dude's name is Garrett Hedlund.
Hedlund, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, he's in a bunch of crap, but yeah.
Who was the mom in that movie?
Oh, the old lady. I don't know her name. The movie was phenomenal. It is, something Fionnuala Flanagan.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know her name. I just was trying to picture her face. Yeah, I haven't actually seen any good movies here recently.
Took my daughter to see Migration.
Speaking of movies that your kid might like, on Apple TV, you can get a 3-month free subscription to it right now. The only reason I signed up was because they offered this Godzilla show that was mediocre at best. But they have this movie called Luck. I think you might find it funny, but it's like a little animated movie. It's for kids. But it's about this little girl that has the worst luck in the world. And then she goes...
her name Rylan?
Yeah.
No, Rylan has turned that around.
Riley, I think is what it is. And she goes to Luckland. And...
nice.
Oh, here's me. Yeah, so there's me in the background, everybody. Everybody look at my jeans. They're fresh. Fresh pair of jeans. Fresh pair of Forces. Might see some camera movement here, but just know that that's me just correcting it. This camera angle also needs to be fixed. There's me, looking fresh. Changing camera angles.
Ray with the queens. Just flat at the straddle, or he... Either way,
sure.
tight mic raises up 2 nines. See what Rays goes with.
Oh, see, so now we can see Rylan. So this camera angle's been fixed.
See? There he is.
We got your boy Rylan. We got queens versus nines. They seemed pretty serious when I was out there fixing this up, so.
Scott Oberman says, yo, spotted the cam adjustment. What legends? Talking about us, of course. We are legends. And then the 3-bet by Rays, the legend himself.
Yeah, they seemed serious, so I'm assuming something goes down here. And it does. 2 over pairs.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, so this camera angle needs to be fixed.
Down bet here by Ray.
I don't remember this camera angle being this bad, though. Yeah, Rays has a tendency to down bet his bet sizing, which is incredibly smart.
No one likes that.
Yeah, they're going to both hate this turn because, of course, some straights get there, some flushes get there, all the aces get there. But Rays, I think, is still wise to continue his betting. Because when you 3-bet, you want to continue betting all the cards that hit your range. And generally speaking, a raise like that pre-flop is going to consist of a lot of ace-kings, obviously aces, kings, clubs, or at least one club, like an ace-queen, queen of clubs, ace-king, king of clubs, something of that nature. And it's going to put tight Mike in a very difficult spot here. And it looks like Mike is going to make a great fold here with the overpair because, again...
Cody Hazelwood with the immediate Four Brothers knowledge of Bobby, Angel, Jack, and Jeremiah. That's
Jeremiah was that one, yeah.
That's right. That's right,
Yeah.
Cody. Those were the Four Brothers.
God, that movie came out in 2005?
I think I saw it like 4 times in the theater.
I think we were
loved
like
that
right
movie.
out of high school, weren't we?
It's
an
high
older
school
movie.
still. I think
It's
we
an
were
older movie.
Yeah, early 2000s. I want to say we were still in high school. Let's take a look.
Because that was like one of Andre's first movie roles.
Uh-huh.
Because him and Big Boy at the time were kind of going off and doing a couple of films. Yeah, because right after that, everybody thought they'd split up, and then that's when Speaker Box Love Below came out, and that was 2006. So if I had
2005.
yeah, right on point. Yeah, because Speaker Box Love Below came out right after that, and I don't know if you're familiar with that album, but that's where they did 2 albums together,
Yeah.
and they did it their own style. I'll tell you what, that Andre 3000 album,
Yeah, people
Love
say
Below,
that's one of the best.
it's one of the best albums I've ever heard.
That's why people were extremely disappointed that he just released a flute album.
Flute album?
Because they wanted another Love Below.
Yeah. Well, that's honestly when I first heard him talking about it. That's what I thought was going to happen. It just so happened that wasn't the case. I actually listened to it when I was down on my trip. I was just sitting on the balcony listening to it, and it's just good, quiet music. If you're just sitting there, I was actually playing in a poker tournament on my phone, and I was just sitting there listening to it the whole time. It's just good background music. It's not like you sing along to it. It's just good, high-level elevator music that you listen to.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
I'm not going to lie. Actually, if you saw my music playlist, I have some of the weirdest songs. You want to hear one of these songs? I'm going to put it on for the crowd, too.
I wouldn't do that. There's probably copyrights.
This ain't copyrighted. I got to let you hear this song on my playlist. I'm not going to lie. I danced to it. Let me see if I can.
Well, if we can get enough donations in the chat, maybe we can get Tom to go out on the stream and dance to this song.
Is this it? Yeah, this is one of my songs on my playlist. The old school waiting on, you call somebody and this would be their hold tone. This is one of the classics, but it goes hard. Here we go. Let me just let the beat drop before we get back to this poker gig. I know poker is most important, but let's hear this beat drop. All right, well, it's not really that spectacular, but
Well, there you have it. What we know now is Tom has a very eclectic taste in music. 9-7 gonna take down this pot.
yeah,
And
or
Jessica
ace
rolls her
queen.
eyes as that's a pretty hand, and you just miss it all. Gary Dalton says, start freestyling.
Yeah,
Yes, Gary,
I
yes.
gave up freestyling many years ago. I realized that
Drop a sweet 16 on us.
the rap game was just not.
It was full.
Yeah,
It was too full. Moa Your Lawn says this needs the stand-up game. We were just talking about that earlier.
yes, actually, we were. We've said that exact same thing. That might be something interested that we can. Obviously, we can't do it right now.
We'll do it in the future. We'll talk people into
I've
doing
thought
it.
about offering it and seeing if maybe they were interested in doing it, but that's just something that is not hard to accomplish. We'll just
No.
say, hey, y'all want to do this? It'll be exciting.
I
Whatever.
think the issue with some of it is some of these players don't know what it is, so they
Yeah.
tend to just say I'd rather not because they
Yeah.
don't understand the rules of it. But yeah, we'll explain it to the players.
And it will do nothing but make the game more juicy in the beginning.
Oh,
just
yeah.
because everybody is fighting for pots. Nobody, like me, for example, I got bad knees, bad ankles. I'm lazy. I'm overweight. Obviously, we've had this conversation before about how I drank too many milks when I was growing up. But I want to sit down. And, I might honestly just go all in and just say, you know what, I'm all in. I might buy in for the minimum and just go all in every hand and hopefully everybody folds.
It's a great game. I mean, it really is a great. It if you understand the actual nuances of it, you
Yeah.
can take advantage of the people trying to just collect a chip to sit down. You could take advantage of, you can lots of things, lots of nuance. It's a very good game to add to any cash game.
Just makes it more exciting.
It's fun on a live
It's
stream
fun.
too. Just
It'd be really cool on a live stream.
sometimes, and even if you know these players don't want to actually stand up, they do the things where they pass out the buttons.
Yeah,
But I like it better when you stand
I
up.
like the standing.
Actually stand up. It's called the stand up game, you lazy bums.
I saw one time, it was on a live stream, where dude had to stand for like an hour.
Stone's got his normal stone aces here.
He's got the aces.
Raise. Uh-oh.
These are the threes.
Set mine and
He's going to set mine, yeah.
well, Mike's got one of them. Folds it.
No, he's in the wrong game. He wanted to double down.
Jessica folds the other three. So no threes left for raise.
Yeah, he's going to need a miracle flop,
That
and that
ain't
is
it.
not it.
Why don't you flop you a little something, Stone?
Stone is going to
Good little
fire out. I like the bet because Ray is just going to think that, why is he firing out here? Let me see if I can hit this miracle three.
Yeah.
And worst thing Rays could do here would be to try to make a play because Stone
Nice check.
makes a very nice check
Oh,
here.
yeah.
He's going to open up the door for Rays to fire, and that looks like exactly what he wants to do. But he's not. He's going to,
He might. No.
yeah, he's just going to lay it
Insta-fold.
down.
I was
Good
about to
fold. Looks like Rays basically just, I think, believed that his opponent did have the ace
Yep.
and was just going to try to hit the maybe miracle runner, deuce four, or the three of a kind. But it looks like Ryland here,
Big winner now.
big winner now. Let's see, are we able to pull up the numbers for the wins? I'd
Sure.
like to see if Ryland got back up to even.
I think he's winning. He bought in for
Yeah.
like 4-4, and then he bought in for 5, and he's ran that 5 up. Let's see what they're doing. Yeah, Ryland's
Up
big.
573, yeah. So going down 2 buy-ins immediately
Two big winner.
and to number 1 winner is very impressive by Ryland. Of course, he just got unlucky. I mean, Ryland has played extremely well in my eyes. He's just run into some, standard bad luck. I mean, it's literally all you can boil it down to. I mean, even when you have aces, sometimes you lose. But overall, that's why you don't want to put yourself on tilt. It's never really over unless your money is all gone. You still have a chance to make a comeback. So I've seen it too many times where players lose hands, they go on dog tilt, and they are just desperately trying to get their money back. And that's just the absolute worst thing that you can do. Don't chase your losses. Just play the cards as they come. Play your game. Play solid. And then hopefully things turn around.
Yep. There will always be a game the next day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's the key thing that I had to remember because I used to hate leaving a loser.
Yeah, and that's, it took me years to figure that out because, I would go on tilt and I would lose. Then it's like, I can't wait to get back up here the
Well,
next day to continue. As we see aces again. But you just have to understand, poker is just one long game from the time you start playing until the time you stop playing, which not
Kellen.
necessarily is daily. I'm talking about lifetime.
Kellen McHugh, hold on, just got stacked playing online, sending better vibes to the live streets. LMMA. Kellen, hold that thought because we've got fireworks to
Yeah,
ensue here. But I want to hear the hand that you got stacked on.
yeah, I do
Oh,
too.
John, no, Nate didn't three bet the ace king, so
I'd like
I
to
thought we
know
were going
how
to get a
you
way
were
bigger
playing
pot there.
online, whether or not you were playing a local club or like Bovada or something. I hope you don't tell me it was Bovada because you got stacked by a robot.
David N said he got back talking about Ryland by calling 200 pre with king queen. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And then binks the flop and gets a gift.
hmm Sometimes that happens though.
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes you're just like, you know what? I've lost all my hands, so let me just try to keep playing and see what happens. And that's, sometimes you get lucky.
I love being lucky.
Sometimes it's just a natural part of the game. I mean, you just got to be able to deal with those. Stop. Players that I see, they just need to stop looking at the game. It's just like I'm so unlucky or whatever. Like everybody has the exact same amount of luck. It's a proven fact. Nobody's more lucky than anybody else. It's a long term thing.
It's yeah, what you all have. Yeah, those hands just play themselves,
Yeah,
and then but what really separates people and the pros and the guys that do it and can consistently win is what you're doing and all the little hands in the middle.
yeah.
Are you picking up the little $20 pots all night long
That's how
consistently?
you make most of your money.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay, here, Kellen, with our story. Global Poker got stacked with ace ace first 3-3. Dude flopped a set and turned quads on me. LOL.
global poker.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of global poker. I'm assuming that's a website kind of like Ignition or Bovada or America's Card Room or something like that. Is that like one of those unregulated websites? That's the only reason I don't play any online poker. No offense to you. You can feel free to play anywhere you want, but I've spent many years playing on Bovada and the America's Card Room, and I saw far too many suspicious things that made no sense. Players like, for example, what you just said, except for that player would be in the hand on a 6-bet. Like, why are you in the hand? And it's, aces, kings, and pair of, threes or 3-5 suited, and dude flops the nuts. It's like, why are you even in the hand unless you knew what was coming? So when it comes to online poker, I strictly only play WSOP.com. Now, of course, there can still be cheaters on there, but WSOP.com is a regulated website that it can't cheat you. All these other websites that are based outside of the United States. The last time I played on Bovada, this is a true story. So they gave us a free sports bet. My friend and I decided to split the bet. It was like a free $50 bet. We ended up winning $1,000 on the bet. In order to claim the money, you had to spend 10 times the amount of the winnings in order to release the funds. So we had to spend $10,000 to take our money off of the website.
Huh.
And believe it or not, we actually got to like 7,000. True story. Got to like 7,000, and then just went broke after that. And never got to cash out a single dollar. And then the time that I did get to cash out of Bovada, they sent me this check that looked like a full normal sized piece of paper from Canada. And
Yeah,
I had
I've had one of
to,
those
I had,
before.
yeah,
The bank looked at me awfully
yeah,
funny.
like
They took it, but
yeah, they looked at me like I was trying to rob them or something, like I was dude from Catch Me If You Can. And I was like, no, this is just how Canadians do their money up there, I guess. And it's just always been an issue. And then after the whole sports bet thing, and then there was a couple of shady hands that took place on the website that just, again, if there's a raise, a re-raise, a 4-bet, and then all of a sudden dude's going all in with 8-3 offsuit, and then flops quads, like, seems very suspicious. You know what I'm saying? So I choose to only play on regulated websites just to protect myself.
Destal Judd says ACR is good if you stick with tourneys.
Yeah, I've heard people defend ACR. I had a good friend of mine that I used to work with at the casino, Brian. He plays ACR a lot. He actually endorses it quite heavily, actually. It's just it's a personal choice for me. I just it's funny that it's called America's Card Room, but it's an unregulated website that's not based in the United States and isn't even allowed to operate in the United States.
Maybe it's South America's card room.
Yeah, I believe it's based in. I think I looked it up one time. I can't remember now, but yeah, those websites aren't even allowed to operate in the United States. They do so under shady circumstances. It's so funny to me how they came in and immediately shut down PokerStars and Full Tilt, but not all these other little shady websites. And like PokerStars and Full Tilts were the legit ones. Obviously, they had their issues, whatever.
Full Tilt was.
Full Tilt was obviously a lot different.
Yeah, they were
But
shady as shit.
PokerStars was totally legit. That was the one that I primarily played on, was PokerStars. And they shut that down and left all the other ones open. I hated that. I hated losing PokerStars.
The Philippines.
Yeah, so we got CAQs here with a top and bottom. A couple guys with some straight draws, some gutters
galore.
Yeah, stone out of place in the big blind. Should have just laid his hand down, but he's stuck in there with the 9 high now. We're going to see CAQs take the betting lead for $10. And boom. Nate hits ace jack, hits the straight. He's going to check.
Top
Notice
pair
how
now
his
for
eyes go.
JT.
Look at Nate's eyes as he is immediately attracted to the action. And of course, anytime I've ever seen those eyes, it was immediately followed by a check raise.
Rowland turns open-ended.
Yeah, but again, this is a spot that we just need to go ahead and lay it down because there's a flush draw out there. Yes, we have open-ended, but we have to hit an ace or a 9 that's not a heart to feel comfortable. So I feel like even though we have a open-ended, I think this is a spot that we lay down. And of course, as I said, Nate, anytime you get those eyes that are extremely interested in the action, is always going to be followed by a check raise. That's always a signal of strength. Of course, it's a lot easier to see here in the booth, but that's why you need to be very cognizant of what's going on at the table. You need to be a very observant player. The players that are looking around and don't really care, and then you have the players that are dead set on the action. And I think here CAQs is probably going to call one, trying to hit that miracle. We've seen him make some crazy plays here. I think he's going to call once and then try to hit that boat. I highly doubt that he would fold 2 pair here based on his playstyle. It's just whether or not he just doesn't believe his opponent. It's very easy for his opponent to have something similar to a king jack, something of that nature.
Oh,
And it looks like CAQs has decided to raise. Wow. So, no, he didn't.
It's like he knows.
It said he raised. Did Nate just call?
He did with the nuts. Well, I don't blame him. He wants to think he wants to disguise his hand, and holy shiitake mushrooms! What a 3 on the river.
And CAQs has a habit of just going all in, and he doesn't here. He just bets 100, and I think this is going to allow Nate to just call.
I don't know.
I can easily raise here, make it 250.
Yeah. I mean, Nate's trying to figure it out.
He's just trying to think about what his opponent could have. I mean, most of the time it's going to be missed flush draws, missed straight draws, probably a king, like king jack, king 9, something of that nature. I feel like we have to raise here, but be prepared to fold. So that's why I would probably bet small if I'm going to bet. Again.
Look at how comfortable old Letters is.
And that's what it looks like he's going to do. It looks like he's going to make it 250. That's precisely what I said. Yeah. So
but let's see if he folds.
I think this is enough to get your information that you need, because his opponent is so short stacked that once his opponent now goes all in over the top,
He just calls.
he's just going to snap it and get the incredibly bad news.
He didn't raise the queen 3 though. He just called Nate.
Just calls? Okay, so I'm a little bit behind on my action here on my video, but that's a weird play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's worried about the bigger boats, but
yeah, but when I'm so short stacked and I've already put a majority in the money, what's the difference of putting in the rest of it?
Wow, he raised that queen 3 and banged it.
Yeah.
Interesting thing would have been if Nate would have came over the top with ace jack on the turn. Does the queen 3 fold?
Based on his play style, I don't think it does. I
don't
think what he's thinking is most likely in his mind is it's some kind of like king with a jack for a straight draw. So he's like top pair, open ended, and he can beat that. And then also maybe like some kind of a flush draw with a jack or something similar to that, like an ace with a jack with a flush draw. So you got like a straight draw and a flush draw, and he can beat that. But queen 3 is incredibly optimistic there. And then very fortunate for him that he hit the 3 on the river. Absolutely brutal, because he was definitely thinking his straight was stone good, unbeatable. Because in my eyes, I think he doesn't mind the 3, but he doesn't want to see like the king pair up, right? Like he doesn't want to see
Right, like his king queen.
yeah, like the king queen 2 pairs, the king 10 2 pairs, stuff like that. So I think when the 3 comes out, it just looks harmless. And then when he raises and just gets called with an opponent that has that short of a stack, I think he just knows that he's good. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So coincidentally, here at Club Jack, pocket jacks are all over the place.
Good here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be one of those situations again where we see a king or a queen break the heart of the player on the river. But let's find out.
Well, I guess an ace, it looks like, so.
Yeah, and this would be a good spot for JTL to go ahead and bet, because I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see Nate check to kind of control the pot. And I think that his opponent needs to fire out, because a lot of the times an ace would be in his range to get floated with, but also backdoor clubs got there. You got to fight for those pots. Too many times I see players just check it down with nothing, and I mean at that point you might as well just throw your hand into the muck and give up money. But I'm never going to do that. I'm going to take a small little stab. If he's got me, he's got me. But I can't win unless I bet, and I don't like to be in the pot if I don't have a shot to win. Yeah, so we're going to need to update this camera angle a little bit. Looks like it's shifted a little bit, but I can't do that camera because it's right over the table. See, this camera angle's fine. Probably needs to be shifted just a tad bit. This one's fine.
Nice flop here for JTL.
Yeah.
Just too lucky.
See what he decides to do. He's going to go ahead and throw out a standard $20. Rylan. Hard to fold any pocket pairs, apparently. He's going to go ahead and float one. Of course, he's going to find out here is that...
Snap call.
Okay, I was going to say that he's going to get bet and then just have to fold.
Almost the 3. come this far, Rylan.
Yeah, I mean, at this
Either
point,
you're good or you're not.
yeah, I mean, you've played it like you've believed that your opponent was bluffing. So if the deuce comes out, why are you thinking? If you think that your opponent was bluffing the whole time, you should be snap calling this river. So he's going to find himself in a bad spot. There's just zero chance he folds. He's going to call
Yeah,
it.
I don't
He's going
think
to call
he's
the 50.
folding
I mean, you just don't call all the way down and then fold the 50 on the river. If you call the flop thinking you're good, you call the turn thinking you're good, what does the deuce change? 3-5 got there? You block 3-5. There's only one combination of 3-5 left, essentially.
either. 3-5 doesn't make sense anyway.
No, it doesn't make any sense, but I'm just saying that's like,
JTL is the razor pre-flop. That's the flop.
I 100% get that. See, it looks like he called and he's going to get the bad news. So, yeah, I just don't like that play there from Rylan. I feel like he thought his opponent might have been bluffing. Of course, we all make plays like that from time to time, but I think once our opponent bets the flop, bets the turn, bets the river, I think we could safely assume that we're probably against a queen, at least. But I'm also not in the game. I'm in the back room commentating, so what do I know? You'll see a $6 straddle here on the button. Yeah, this camera angle really bugs me because we're missing out on the Louisville, Kentucky signage on the bottom of the board. I'll just get over it for now. Flop's going to come out. 2 diamonds, ace high, stone with a pair of kings. It's in the lead. It's out flop 6s, out flop 5s. And it looks like he's just going to go ahead and take that down. So it looks like Nate is the most aggressive player here, followed by Rays, Rylan, all the way down with John at 3%. That is incredibly low. Take a look at our VPEP here. Cax, of course, the loosest player at the table. John and JTL, some of the tighter players at the table. John, I almost forgot, was playing. No offense, John.
Who's John? Which one's
Pretty
John?
sure John
That
is the
bucket
one in
hat?
the bucket hat that's not even paying attention to the game. There's other things going on in the poker room that are more exciting than poker.
Well, there's a bunch of other. There's multiple games going.
Yeah, I guess there was something going on at the other game that was more enticing than the game that he was currently in. As we see Rays here, go ahead and 3-bet it with the 9-10. Not suited this time. It's going to go ahead and flop a 10. It's going to take the lead, just barely. Nate with the backdoor royal flush draw. Cax with the gutter. Tight Mike, just completely out of place with the deuces. This is generally where a deuce hits the turn, though. We'll see what happens. Well, he got out of there. So it looks like Cax is going to go ahead and get out of there with his gutter. It looks like we're going to go heads up. Nate with a gutter. Rays with a 10. And now a gutter as well. I think Rays has a good spot to continue his story here. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's sizing out about half pot. Let's see what he goes for. No, a little smaller than that. Yeah, he only goes for 30. We'll see if Nate decides to float one more time now that he's pulled a double gutter. So Ray's going to finish with the best hand. He's going to go ahead and check and then find out that he has the best hand with the 10. Ray's going to take that down. Looks like Rylan and Ray's up top. Basically the same. Chip stack, John's got 2% with $192. John, I think it's going to be about time that you get in there and start splashing around, my man. You notice that these other players aren't waiting for premium hands. We've already seen 3 bets, raises with 8, 9, 9, 10, 5, 6, 6, 7s, ace 10s. You don't have to have premiums to 3-bet. You just need to take advantage. Here with a 3-4 suited, like for example, I was at the casino the other day and I raised with 2-4 suited under the gun. So that might be a spot there just to go ahead and just show some aggression. Just show aggression that you're not super tight. Splash around, even if you have to fold. Otherwise, people are just going to fold to you every time you're in the hand. That's the worst thing you want. Yeah, the aggression frequency. Nate's up there. Nate's very solid. Nate's very aggressive. You see Cax here under the gun. Limping in, one of the worst plays of all time. Never limp in, ever, 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 ever. Unless you are in the small blinds, you can limp in. You're going to get raised here with the aces. And this is why you just don't limp in here, because it's going to give Cax an appropriate price to probably call. And I just don't think that you should ever be in there limping. I think that he goes ahead and makes a smart fold. Stone's going to go ahead in there and get in him. We're going to go 5s against aces. Aces are still safe. Plus raise has the backdoor flush draw, so even if he gets raised, he's never going to go anywhere. I think Stone just needs to realize that his hand is no good, but he's going to float one. He's going to hope to hit that miracle 5, and if he didn't think that his opponent had it before, it's going to be hard for him to think that he has it now.
Ray will go bigger here.
Generally, sometimes Ray's downsizes his bets.
He does on the flop, but he'll bet.
Yeah.
He'll upsize.
He'll
on the
up
turn.
it. Yeah, he'll up it on the turn. I don't expect it to be too crazy.
No, 50.
50 is pretty solid. I think that's about perfect for his range. He's hoping that his opponent just has a queen, but it's also going to give off the impression that he's just trying to steal it. And I think that Stone probably believes that his range is somewhere along the lines of like ace 10, ace kings,
no!
and he hits the miracle 5.
No.
I feel Stone has to check here. Please check, Stone. This would be the absolute perfect play for you to make. You've just been calling. If you bet...
Oh, wow. Stone bets
looks
125
like all
and snap
125?
Stone bet 125
Okay.
and Ray snap calls
Yeah,
naturally.
I think he just could have got a little bit more money there. But unfortunately for Rays, that's just brutal.
Very. Yikes.
Yeah, that's what we call a bad beat there. But I think Rays played it right. He gave off the impression that he was probably bluffing, which his opponent kind of believed, I believe. I think his opponent probably thought that, okay, this guy's probably just trying to steal this pot with like ace king, ace high. Maybe my 5s are good. And little did he know, he needed a miracle 20-1 dog to actually be able to win the hand, and he did that. He got that 20-1.
Scott, your guy did it.
Yeah, Scott, your boy is hitting miracles. That's what happens sometimes in poker. You know, sometimes you go with your read, even though your read is completely inaccurate, and you get lucky. I mean,
that's the best part of poker, right?
That's poker. It's
you're calling there, hoping he has ace king,
Yep.
and then when you hit your 5 on the river, now you're hoping he has something big.
Yeah.
It's amazing, the mind shift. There we go. Chat going wild. Patrick Crabtree, what a river. Dastel Judd, River Rat, David N. Why did the not raise feel guilty or something? Why did he not? He bet the river. He bet 5's full on the river, and Ray's just called.
Our graphics were a little bit off, but I think what we saw there was him just bet, and then Ray's just snap called. Ray's has zero reason to raise on that river. Literally, if you're raising on that river, you're just begging to get yourself in trouble. Your opponent's already put out a hefty amount. Now, if your opponent checks, that's a different story, because of course, if your opponent checks, Rays is almost always going to bet.
Ray's right back at it now. He's opening it versus Nate, top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, and Nate can get aggressive. So let's see how this hand
Brad
plays
Bean
out.
says Stone going crazy. Stone.
Oh,
Yikes, Rays.
poor Rays.
These two just played a hand not too long ago where Nate looked him up 3 streets.
Yeah, and unless something else comes out, like that three is just going to be insignificant. And I think what we're going to see here is Rays is probably going to have to call a pretty stout bet. Looks like 158 in the pot. If I had to guess, Nate's probably going to overbet, make it about half to about 60-70% of the pot, probably about $80-90 here. No, it looks like Rays is going to bet out and get raised. So it looks like here, if Nate's smart, probably going to make it about 165 if I had to guess. He wants a call. He doesn't want his opponent to fold.
200.
200. So I think it might be a little too stout. I just don't think Rays can call here, but we'll see. And it doesn't. Yeah, so Rays makes an excellent fold. That's why I think we just need to downsize our bet there a little bit because, obviously our opponent obviously probably doesn't have Jack 10 for the nut straight there as well. So, generally speaking, the best hand that your opponent's going to have in that spot taking that line is two pair. And most likely it's probably what it was, one pair, good kicker. So I think there, when our opponent bets $65, instead of raising over 3x, 3.5x, I think what we need to do is just make it a little bit more like one black chip, right?
Rays back to back to back. Look at these hands.
Yeah, raise is just aces, ace, king, back to back to back. If he loses this one, I'm just going to tell him he probably needs to take a break. Because, you're catching more premiums than I've seen in the past 2 months.
Don't do it to him, poker
Lost
gods.
every time.
Well, he's going to win this one pretty, it looks like.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and make a pretty stout bet. I think that's just a tilt bet. I think it's just a little bit of tilt because normally raise doesn't go too large. Again, he wants his opponents in the hand, making mistakes. And I think he was just fed up. I think he was just like, you know what, I'm probably going to make it about $10, $15 more than I normally do just because I'm on tilt. But you can't blame him. I mean,
no, that's actually a good spot to make it look like you're on tilt.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I'm getting to is I think that's a good spot for him because, well, again, we also, the players didn't really see all of the cards that he lost. They saw the aces that he lost, but like the ace king, they doesn't know that.
Oh, that's right. He didn't show that.
Yeah, so, but you're still involved in a hand that's big that goes down to the river. So, and you've lost 3 times in a row. So I think that's a good spot for him to upsize his bet a little bit because people are just going to think that he's trying to get back to even. And here we go again. JTL is going to open it up with pocket queens, cacks. He's going to wake up with the ace king, Nate with a 4. So I think what we're going to see here, I guess the action moves a little bit quicker here. Yeah, okay. So Cax actually looks like he slow played his ace king, just called in position. Looks like he's going to continue to slow play. Good play. It's going to leave open his range. Raising in this range is generally going to just siphon it down all the way to a king or better. Now we see the 10 on the turn, which is going to give JTL outs. And he slows down. This is not a good play that I like from him. I don't like seeing a slowdown. Okay, that was weird. It said that he checked, but now he's betting, or did he call? I don't know when you
the turn.
Okay, when you block the nuts like that, and you've raised pre-flop, and you continued on. I think that we just need to continue our story, especially when we turn the blockers to the nuts, because you know that almost 100% of the time, your opponent's not going to have the nut straight there. They're not going to have the second nut straight. They're not going to have ace queen. They're not going to have queen 9 because we have the 2 queens. Obviously, it is still possible, but we block those. So a huge percentage of the time, it's not going to be what that is. It's most likely going to be like a king or something like that. So I think we still need to continue our aggression there with the queens. I don't think realizing your equity really helps much in that spot because we block it. So I think that we need to just continue our story and put ace king in a tough spot. It would have been hard to get Ace King to fold there, but I think we just always need to continue our aggression. I'm always going to lead towards aggression, especially when we turn hands that block straights, turn hands that block nuts. So here you see Jessica, who's kind of slowed down a little bit, just calls the straddle. Not a fan of that play, Jessica. We need to go ahead and raise that up. You don't have to make it crazy. Just calling, though, is just always a terrible play, especially with a suited ace-5. These are hands that need to be raising. Because what ends up happening is we allow people with 7-2s, jack-7s, queen-9s to enter the hand. And they all have just completely crushed your equity. So I know you only lost $6 there, but let's think of the outcomes. If we're going to play it, we need to come in for a raise. It's going to get 7 deuce to fold. It's going to get jack 7 to fold. Queen 9 might still stick in there, but queen 9 from a raise under the gun's probably going to fold. So you go from, spending $6 and losing it to if you would have just put out, let's say, 3x, so maybe like $15 to $20. Those hands are going to fold, and you're just going to take that in the pot. I mean, it's not much. You're only going to get 4, 6. I don't know. Are we playing 1-3 or 1-2?
1-3. 1-3. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah. So you would have scooped you up $10 there. It's not a lot, but do that 1,000 times. How much money is it now? It's a lot. But if we're losing $6 every time and then just getting rid of our hands, do that 1,000 times. How much money is that? So we can see the difference there. The last thing we want to do is just be giving away money and just trying to see flops. Like, you want to see flops when you're in position. So if you're in position with the ace-5, if you're on the button, cutoff, hijack, whatever it may be, I don't mind that play. But when you're out of position that far, there's still a ton of action behind you, you're just inviting somebody to raise up. And the last thing you want to do is allow that to happen. So if you're under the gun, go ahead and make that raise. I'm assuming Jessica's calling here again. Yes. Again, terrible play. Sorry, Jessica, but we need to be raising. If we're in early position, we need to have aggression. Because what's going to happen here is JTL is going to raise, and then Cax with ace-king again is just going to call. So
Flopped him a little something.
yeah, so, now you're going to find yourself in a difficult spot because you're going to want to continue, right? You have the gutter to the nuts. And you're going to see JTL fire. Cax, although he's slow played, should be raising. He's not. And this is going to allow Jessica to get in there, too, as well. She's going to need a miracle 10. Doesn't have it. Completely drawing dead.
JTL is in
Yeah,
trouble.
so
Dead.
JTL is unfortunately dead. Jessica is unfortunately dead. Yeah, King would shop it. But zero chance to win. JTL is going to continue. And if I'm Cax here, because I played my hand so passively, I'm going to try to use a nice word. I'm going to say passively. We just need to call.
Yeah.
Because it looks like you have a straight draw that you just don't want to fold. It looks like you have a flush draw that you just don't want to have a fold.
Yeah, you have a hammer lock.
It looks like you might have a king that you might think your opponent doesn't have the ace, so you just call. But he doesn't. He takes the aggressive approach, makes it 200. And this is going to put JTL in just a horrible spot.
Yeah,
because JTL's not folding. He's just not. He knows his opponent just called pre-flop, just called the flop, and now is all of a sudden raising the turn. I think in his eyes, he probably thinks that his best case scenario is an ace with a weaker kicker, or like pocket fives, something of that nature. So hopefully JTL just doesn't go too crazy. I mean, he bet $60. Now dude's making it 200. This would be an excellent fold. It's very, very difficult, but let's see how he approaches this. Then again, our opponent is doing the, what's going on at the other table? I'm so not concerned with what's going on, even though I just
Kellen.
raised to 200.
Kellen is begging for JTL to find the fold.
Yeah.
I understand. I will. I'm more likely to fold than call here, I believe. I mean, you lose to ace 10 or better.
Yeah.
You lose to those pocket fives you were
Yep.
talking about. I mean, the guy looks like he is. I mean, he's got champion written on his shirt, like we've said.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot because when you raise pre-flop and then you just get called, and then you bet the flop and then you just get called, and now all of a sudden on the turn you bet and now you're getting raised. Like, what's your opponent's range right there? I'd say it's all pretty much leaning towards an ace.
Great fold.
Great fold.
Great fold.
Yeah, it's hard to make those folds, but that's just poker. You just have to make those folds from time to time. The way the hand played out, I mean, it's difficult with the ace nine, but your opponent could easily have a better ace, could have ace five, could have pocket fives.
No, you're right, and the way that he played the hand, and once again, there's a lot of hands he could still have that have you beat, but now that you've got basically the immortal nuts with ace king, now you have to make it look like you have those ace fives and ace, like the kings or the flush draws or the. You just got to pray that you get a brick river.
I think if his ace king raises their pre-flop, he gets all the money.
I don't know if ace nine even calls pre-flop.
Well, it depends on, I guess, what the bet sizing would be, but he's bet kind of small every time he's raised, so I would say that.
Well, the thing is, right, if you're going to play ace king like that pre-flop, you're kind of setting the trap.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And you've got him set as dead.
Yeah.
So you perfectly played it, but then why raise him?
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting to. Why raise them, and not only raise them, but why raise them over 3.5x?
Yeah, you can raise. I agree. I mean,
I like a raise, because sometimes the raise actually looks weak. Like a little bitty small raise looks pretty weak. But I think if you're setting the trap, just let him continue.
Look, John woke up, played a top six hand.
Oh, nice. So John's finally in there. All Stone had to do was breathe on it, and he would have just assumed that he had an ace.
But yeah, that's
Just good going to showdown at 64%, Rylan at 61%. These are incredibly high numbers. Unless you're just catching cards, I don't think your numbers should be that high. It means you're playing too passively. It means you're just trying to see rivers. You're trying to make hands. And you don't want to play that way. You want to be the aggressor, make people fold. Seems like somebody's got an ace-king every hand. So this is why tight Mike's got the image that he does. Everybody thinks he's tight, and then he 3-bets it with 7-5 suited. I really like it. We'll see what Stone's approach is to this hand. Typically when he's had that ace-king or something like that of a pretty strong nature, he went ahead and 4-bet. Looks like that he does. He's going to go ahead and 4-bet that to 120. Now let's see what Mike does here. 7-5 suited. Your opponent that plays relatively tight and straightforward. It's now 4-bet, but he's not going to gamble with it.
Mike loves those hands, though.
Mike does, yeah. But again, he uses this image to help him out a little bit. Everybody thinks he's tight. I mean, his name is Tight Mike, so when he 3-bets, this is why your cards simply do not matter. When you 3-bet, people just automatically assume that you have a premium hand. That's why everybody tries to stress 3-bet more often. People just think you naturally have a strong hand, make some pretty snug folds against you. It's actually a pretty deep 1-2 game. It's pretty awesome. And Stone misses his straight draw, but hits the Miracle 10. Looks like Stone is going to turn his hand into a bluff. Rylan.
Or value betting.
No, I think he's turned into a bluff. It's hard to think of what you could be value betting that you're beating. I guess you think that your opponent has a 9 with the ace out there? I don't know. I think he's trying to get his opponent to fold. But it would be an incredibly impressive value bet if you just knew your 10 was good here. But generally speaking, I mean, there's
if he gets called, we'll see in how quick he flips his hand over.
I think he's trying to get him to fold an ace because, obviously the straight draws got there, the 9-10s, so on. He might think his opponent might have a weak ace, like ace 2, ace 3.
We'll never know. We'll never know, Stone.
Either way, still a good bet. I can see the logic there. So it looks like we're up to 56 viewers. Awesome.
David N says, I vote we call him Disciplined Mike. Not quite the ring to it, but...
Yes, it's not got much, what do you call that? I forgot the term where it starts with both letters.
Well, neither does Tight Mike. It's, you're talking about a...
yeah, I was thinking something else.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking of, like a... Oh my God, what's it like?
It's like the
not onomatopoeia, but like.
It's like where both words start with the same letter.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Whatever it is, I'm not that educated, so.
Is this pot limit, Brandon Walters? Absolutely not.
No, this is no limits, Texas Hold'em. No limits here, baby. No limits. Just gonna see.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Turn a Miracle 10. Seems like everybody's turning Miracle 10s. Let's see what happens here. Looks like Ray's is going to get out of there. Jessica has a very difficult time folding a pair. I think that Cax should fire out a very small bet, and he does just that.
Brandon Walters, soft game, alliteration. Yes, Dastel Jones, that is the word. Alliteration.
Alliteration, that's correct. I actually saw something literally about this the other night. There's only 4 teams in the NFL that have an alliteration in their name. And the goal is to find out which teams.
In their name? Like city and name?
Yeah, so city and name.
So it would be, let's see if we can figure this out. Hold on here. Only 4. Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills is 1.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jacksonville Jaguars is 2. There's 1 up in the Northwest.
Seattle Seahawks.
That's correct.
And don't tell me, I'll figure it out.
It's my favorite team.
Oh, Tennessee Titans.
There you go. That's the 4. Yeah, I saw that on a random quiz the other night. And, of course, my dumb ass is like, what does alliteration mean again? I only got a C- in that class and barely passed.
Yes, Kellen, Seattle Seahawks, yes.
Yeah, there he's going.
Tennessee Titans, yes. We've already named them all, but
yeah, we've already won, but go ahead and continue guessing. We've already won the game. I'm actually kind of salty about the Tennessee Titans.
What about the Coochie Cowboys? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Jerry might still be in our chat.
Oh, Jerry, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I forgot about you, Jerry.
Don't talk about the Cowboys that way.
What's the min-max buy-in, I believe? I don't know what the min is.
I think they did 2 to 1,000.
200 to 1,000, but I think you can also match the big stack, Mr. Walters.
Yes. So at this point, got some big stacks here. Take a look at it here in a second.
Yeah, well, look, I know there's Ray's had at least 1,600, so.
I think the big stack's right at about 2K. Yeah.
Sorry, Kellen. We didn't know you were behind.
Looks like 1.8, 1.6. Right at the leaderboard. Yeah, I'm kind of salty about the Titans because not only were they trash this year, but they're about to lose Derrick Henry.
Brandon, are they really? Like, they're going to trade him, or he's free agent?
I think he's just going to sign somewhere else.
Brandon, if you're just now tuning in, Rylan went broke with his first 2 buy-ins, bought into a third time, and won some big pots and ran it back up. Rays with the 2 kings.
Yeah, he got. I guess you didn't see the whole stream, but early on he had Jacks lose twice. Got unlucky a couple times, and on his third buy-in, just started to run like God.
Well, if he does,
it says he smells like poop if you ever sit near him.
Well,
who are we talking about?
Young
Rylan,
the Rylan kid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go smell him, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Hopefully, it's just, not actual poop.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the style of deodorant or cologne that he has, like Sex Panther. Just in case you didn't know, 60% of the time, it works every time.
Good flop for Rays here. He's got
Yeah, Rays loves this flop here. He's just hoping to avoid any kind of 4, 6, 8
He's got
deuce.
Rylan in there. He likes to be sticky with pairs.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Rylan, it's top pair, and he can find himself in a position where he's just thinking that his opponent's bluffing him and trying to get him off of it.
Oh, he said he's kidding. Okay. Let's say I've never heard that, but you never know. I've sat next to some stinky folks at the poker table.
I have also sat next to some smelly folks, and it is awful.
Mm-hmm.
Awful. There was a dude. Where was this at? I think I was dealing at the World Series of Poker. As we see the jack on the turn, Jessica essentially drawn to 3, 6, 7%.
Scott, Tom says that Tom's a legend, says Scott.
Oh, thanks, Jim. Yeah, there was this guy where it was, I want to say it was the World Series of Poker, and he was sitting in the 1 seat, and of course I'm in the dealer box, and I remember having to scoot over to my right to get away from this dude because he smelled so bad. And of course I don't want to say nothing to the guy like, hey bro, you smell like dump, you know what I mean? Like, so I just kind of casually strolled over to the right a little bit, but it was one of the worst smelling people I've ever smelled.
Sam Bowman says, I say we vote 3 off the island, invite Jose Cuervo, Jimmy Beam, and Jack Daniels in and kick this game up a notch. Amen. Unfortunately, we cannot drink here at Club Jack.
Yeah, I wouldn't say who we would kick off, but there would be a couple of people, and I would go ahead and pull up their VPIP. Again, I'm not pulling up any names. I'm not going to call anybody out, but if we looked at the VPIP, there would be a couple of people that we might get rid of. Preferably people that don't enter a lot of pots. Says Brandon might come up here and play tomorrow. Absolutely. I think we might still have that live stream going tomorrow. Haven't heard any official word. I believe that they are trying to do Friday and Saturday nights. That is not confirmed, but hopefully we are. And if you do want to come up here, just give us a shout. Again, you can come up here anytime. But if you'd like more information, you can visit us on clubjackpoker.net or any of our social media platforms. That's Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, so on. And you can also find us on Poker Atlas as well. So any questions, comments, concerns, just direct yourself to those platforms and get the information that you need.
Oh, look, Rylan's does he have PTSD with his jacks?
Yeah, Rylan has just run like straight dung with his jacks, but unfortunately for him, they are still good, even though he doesn't really like the texture of the board. As we see, Stone here is going to fire out his overpair. Rylan has him out-pipped by 1, and the absolute worst turn card that could come out. Let's see the approach here. Now, of course, Stone doesn't mind this as much because he turns a gutter to the nuts. Well, second nuts, essentially. But let's see how he plays it here. I could easily see Stone just checking it down.
Check.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go check. Jack's going to scoop it. And finally, Rylan comes through with the jacks, holds up, wins a little big pot.
It's a new day. These boys are in trouble now.
Yeah, Rylan is officially over the 2K club. It's good to see. Good to see Jacks finally holding up for somebody. ATL got to pump that V-pip up.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a little baby V-pip, that means you are pretty tight. You can't win hands if you aren't winning hands. Only win
Sword of
hands.
Allah, men buying for 1-2 is $40. I don't think so.
In a 1-2 limit.
Yeah, no. I think it's 100, and this is 1-3.
Typically,
as well.
yes, yeah. Typically, in a standard 1-2, 1-3 game, you would see a buy-in range. Typically, 1-2 would be 1-3. 1-3 would be generally about 1-5, depending on where you're at. But I believe that because option was a straddle in this game, and we wanted to pump up the action a little bit more for y'all, I believe that they just made it 2 to 1,000. I believe is what they said. $40. Yeah, that's just too short. Maybe in a limit game.
In California. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's crazy that you could buy in for $40 in a 1-2 game in California.
I've always heard good things about
I've always wanted
California.
to go to California. The farthest I've been into California was Primm, Nevada, which is on the borderline of the Nevada because you can't sports bet, or I take that back. You can't do daily fantasies in Nevada. So I used to drive to Primm, Nevada, literally on the borderline of California, and I would pull over on the side of the road for 10 minutes and do sports bets and then go home.
How long of a drive was that?
Shit, like 45 minutes.
Wow.
It was kind of like going to the boat,
Yeah.
basically.
Interesting little flop here. Ray 3-bet pre. Spiked is 8. Oh, baby dolls. Gutter now for Tight Mike, who was kind of funking around on the flop.
Yeah, I think Ray's is going to realize that he
Kellen
probably...
McHugh, you can match the big stack too. All times here, I believe.
Yeah.
Not just
I think
tonight.
it's after so long. I think they said, wasn't it like an hour or something?
Yeah, I think it's just no. I think it's just as soon
It's
as
just any
somebody,
time?
as soon as somebody runs up a stack, you can match it on
Okay.
up.
I wasn't sure if it was like an hour or so. See, this is where I need to fix the camera, so don't worry about it, guys. I'll get this fixed.
Oh wow,
I don't like
Mike
how it doesn't show the
aggression
board.
wins. He bet the flop. He continues on the turn, and Ray folds the 8.
So it looks like here John has got about 2% of the chips. Jessica 2% as well. Need to start getting in there and splashing around. Like you see these guys in these hands. Are you seeing sets? Are you seeing aces every time? 2 pairs? No, they're getting in there splashing around. You want to get in there and splash around as much as possible. Try to fight for hands. Don't take everything so personally. Just
Sword of Allah. Is it a rake or seat fee per hour? It is a seat fee.
yes.
$13 an hour, I believe, is what it is currently at. And they do also do deals, like if you get 5 hours for $55.
Yeah, so here in the state of Kentucky, of course, I know you said that, I don't know if you're in California currently, but here in the state of Kentucky, gambling is actually illegal. So in order for our social club, our social poker club to operate, we are not allowed to take a rake. It would be breaking the law. We could all be arrested. Of course, we don't want that to happen, so they have tried to figure out ways to bypass pulling in rake and making a profit elsewhere. And of course, as other social clubs do, they just charge a membership fee and a seat fee. So both of them are reasonable compared to what you would normally pay, especially at the casino now. That I didn't know they were taking $8. Yeah, they're taking $8 per hand. So if you're playing in a halfway decent game and they're taking out $8 a hand and you're getting out, 10, 20, 30 hands every hour or whatever it may be, ton of money is coming out of the pot. The lovely thing about Club JAQK and some of the other social clubs is that they don't take the money out of the pots. So what you see is the chip stacks that are on the table never go down. Because, if you're in a normal casino game, unless somebody's adding money to the game consistently, that money is going to go dry within so long because all that money is going to go into the rake. So that's why in the casino games, you just desperately got to have somebody that's willing to go broke and then buy back in. Go broke and buy back in. It's a much better setup, me personally, I think. but I'm also pretty tight. So when I play at casinos, I'm not in every single hand, and of course, the more hands that you're in, the more rake that you end up paying. But in the long run, it's basically the same for everybody. As we see Nate here, he's going to take his little stibby stab. And I think here Rays,
gonna work.
I think Rays has an easy call because all the draws missed. It's very easy. Could have floated him. Rays is going to have to make a hero call. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. Oh, no, he can't.
Off his game tonight.
Yeah, so Nate's going to go ahead and get away with a stab. Take it down.
Jenny Hupp says Horseshoe sucks and treats their players like SHIT. Sorry, not sorry. Hey.
It's technically Caesars, but I think we know what we're talking about.
We know what you're saying, and we understand.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say that because,
Yeah.
Jenny, I actually worked at the casino for many, many years, and I never treated anybody like shit, except for Wayne.
Who's Wayne?
Wayne, I'll call him out. I don't normally like to call out players, but
Shots fired, Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne is a 30-60 player that plays at the casino only on Friday nights. He's worn the same outfit for the past 15 years. He's miserable. He's never really won. I think he's never logged a win. He's consistently just been a losing player. He's extremely hateful, extremely rude, doesn't tip, tells you you're a bad dealer. And if you're a person like me that gets told that, I just tell him that, you're a bad player, bro, and I make more money than you do, and I'm not even playing high-stakes poker. So, sorry I had to vent.
Poor Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne is a guy that's going to get it. So, if age doesn't get to him first.
No, there's some definitely, but what Tom would say, there's definitely some good people at the casino.
Yeah,
very good employees, good dealers. Good
I got
people.
sidetracked with
there's certain things I don't like that they do. I don't, the $8 rake's excessive. Not giving food comps anymore is excessive. Bad.
That is the byproduct of being in a one casino market where they do not have to compete with anybody. Like obviously, if you go to Atlantic City, Texas, Florida, Nevada, everybody is competing with everybody. So it's like, oh, you want a free room? We got you. You want a free food? We got you. You want free drinks? We got you. You go to the boat, they're not going to give you any of that because they don't have to compete with anybody. They're literally going to tell you, well, if you want to play somewhere else, you can go to Cincinnati. Or if you want to go somewhere else, you can go to Indianapolis.
Or you can come to Club JAQK now.
Again, and I think that's why Club JAQK is primed for success as long as they get everything right, is because they're going to start taking away a lot of players from other, places that they would normally be playing. And again, just from years of experience of being an employee at the casino, I know that a lot of people do care. Of course, there are some jerks that work there. Not naming any names, but of course that's going to be the same in any profession you go to. I used to work at a warehouse years and years and years ago, and there was some really awesome people that worked there, and then there were some people that you just didn't like at all. It's going to be the same at any field you go to, but you do have to understand that most of those people's hands are tied, that whatever comes down from the corporate ladder is what we have to do. So I know that, especially for the food comps, people hated that. It was one of the worst things ever when they got rid of the $6 food comps because I'd go up there. You're supposed to get one for every so often, but you'd go up there and they'd give you 2 of them, 3 of them.
They feed you.
Yeah,
if you were playing in their room, they would feed you. And they should.
And players got extremely salty when we got rid of that, but they all thought that it was like our choice, but it wasn't. It was corporate's choice. That's what they decided to do. So
that's terrible.
It's not good to blame the actual employees. Blame the head honchos.
That's just real bad. You can't feed your players, and
that was the worst.
And then they want to say, "Oh, it's all right. We're gonna, we're gonna pay you $1 or whatever an hour on your comp card. That'll get you." But to get a cheeseburger and fries, then they upped all their prices on their food.
Yeah, they did.
It's $22. So you got to play 22 hours to eat one meal.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's crazy.
And that's again, that was nothing that was done by the poker employees or the staff or the managers. And believe me when I tell you, I'm extremely close with the former manager, and the new manager at Caesars, and they had. Well, actually, I don't want to say nothing about the former manager because he might have been one to been like, oh, well, here's a great way that we could save money and not do this. But that actually became a casino-wide thing. So like the blackjack players that were playing high stakes weren't even getting food comps. So
yeah, they just tightened
it
up
was
quite
them.
a bit.
Yeah.
Tight, yeah, but not good. You're in the business of customers
Yes.
and customer service.
Yeah.
You should be taking care of your
I think they just
gambling
kind of
customers.
again realized that they were in a one casino market and just didn't care. Like, look, dude, what are you gonna do? You can go play on Bovada if you want to play poker. Ooh,
Yeah.
see here with Ace 9. Unfortunately, his opponents don't have anything. Jenny Hupp, Raise is my bro. Dude, why you fold that?
The jack.
He folded because he got outplayed, unfortunately.
Thought he was beat.
He thought he was beat. I think it is a spot. It's actually a really good bet by Nate there. I mean, it really is. He's just putting pressure, but it doesn't look like a bluff. He's putting very smart pressure on his opponent to make it look like a value hand, and I think Ray's just realized that, unfortunately, the value that he had probably was outpipped just a little bit. So
Look at this. Our man John, who hasn't played a hand since 2022, decides to bluff into.
he has. Wow. So
Our
John's
boat here.
finally stepping it up at the absolute worst time.
God, I mean,
And Cax
he
doesn't even think about
overplays
it.
his
Yeah.
made hand so bad. I mean,
Yeah,
what are you worried about?
You need to be aware, and this is why it's so important to pay attention at the poker table when you're playing the styles of poker that your opponents are playing. Now, it's a little bit easier because I'm right here in the booth. I can see the VPIP numbers. I can see the aggression frequencies. But, like, if you're at the table and haven't noticed that this guy hasn't played any hands yet and has yet to make it to the turn or the river, and you have basically the stone cold nuts and dudes betting into you, just let the man bet.
Sam Bowman asks me, "Do I still play at Caesars?" Mitch, I do. My thought process right now is because Club Jack is way closer to me than Caesars. It's about 8 minutes for me to get here. It's about 35 minutes for me to get there. So what I tend to do is come here first, look and see if I like the game, if the games are good. If there's a list where I have to wait for an hour or so to get a seat or whatever the case may be, and assess from there. And if it's not good or a list, then I might take the drive on over to Caesars. But I love having the option and coming here
It's just
first.
so fantastic to have the option. That's all that matters to me is
Mhm.
I just want to have the option. This is actually precisely what I thought was about to happen. Jessica was so short that she's going to end up getting all in against Cax. Cax, of course, has no choice but to call, which he has yet to do, which is extremely weird.
What is he waiting on? Come on.
Yeah, put your
Let's
money in
slow our
there.
game down
There
here.
he goes. You have ace king suited,
He's
bro.
too busy stacking his chips in the
Against
last
somebody
hand.
with
Look at him.
200. Like, what are you thinking? Let's go.
Everybody says wow because everybody said, "What took you so
Yeah,
long?"
dude, you have the third best hand in poker. And he
She flops a set.
He flops a set. It's
What
going
a
to need a
fun little
club.
flop for the internet. Give him a
King
king.
is zero.
You're
no,
safe, Jessica.
It's going to need the club and the club only. And it looks like that's going to be it.
I only ran it once.
Yeah.
Sweet for Jessica. She's back to evenish.
Even running it twice would have been difficult for Cax with two of the clubs and a king gone. So Cax going to take a nice little hit there. It looks like he's going to bump back down to 1.5K. Jessica is now almost at a little over 400. So I think she bought in for 5?
4 or 5, I think.
She bought in for 5. So she's almost back up to even. She's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, just upload it. She is.
It'd probably be under win. Yeah, look under the win category.
It says minus 354, but I think that was before this hand.
Oh, okay. So it might just not updated yet.
Yeah. Patrick Crabtree, what up, Jenny?
So it looks
Patrick,
like
Jenny,
we've got
Jenny,
some
Patrick.
connections going on in the
let me
chat.
Let me
Chat's
introduce
live.
you all.
Yeah, so Patrick, this is our friend Jenny. Jenny, this is our friend Patrick. We've all just met, but no reason that we all can't get along. I do see that we're at 73 viewers. That's really impressive.
Of course, baby. Friday night, Club
People
Jack.
were missing the local live stream. I'm surprised that we don't have the one doctor back in here that was
Oh, he's,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Christmas break's over. He's back in the lab. He's back getting his doctor's degree.
This guy was over here.
Keith Barnes, how many tables are going? I believe this one and 2 other 1-2s.
Yeah,
I
think
believe
it's
there's
two
definitely
other
one,
ones,
but I
three
think there's
total.
2. I think there's 3. Yeah.
One thing that you could do, Keith, would be to log on to Poker Atlas, and all the information is on there, so they'll show you all the tables that are going. We are not on Bravo.
Patrick, hello. My girlfriend works with her. Ryan and JTL are my friends. Oh, sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry for trying to hook you all up. That was our bad. We're just sometimes we
Hey.
get bored in the booth and we just try to play matchmaker.
Just kidding, Patrick's girlfriend. Thank you so very much, Keith. You're welcome, sir.
Absolutely, Keith. No problem. Again, you can find us on Poker Atlas, and it's going to actually show live updates to our cash games. So it'll show you how many games are running, how many people are waiting. Very similar to how like Bravo works. And also, again, you can find out any other information that you might need on clubjackpoker.net or our social media platforms under Club Jack. So we see JTL here flop the little bitty mysterious 5.
Yeah, with your buddy's hand.
Yeah, he's got the 5 deuce.
Ah.
And it's got to be 5 deuce offsuit.
Oh, what a stallion. Brad Bean says, I'll date you, Patrick. There you go.
He said, that sounds good.
All right. Well, you two.
Oh, I don't know if he was talking about that.
Enjoy. I think he was.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, awesome.
Oh, and now Scott wants a
Everybody's
Brad.
in the action.
Wait a minute.
All right, so
Wait a minute.
yeah, we've kind of created a little dating spot over here for everybody trying to get.
You all thought you were going to get some poker tonight. Little did you know.
Yeah.
We're changing lives.
I'm not sure if he wants to poke her or poke you. Somebody's getting poked. It's not me, though. I've only got a solid 1.5 hours left.
Yeah, I believe this stream is going to end at midnight tonight. Does not mean the game is going to stop at midnight.
No, the game's going to continue to go, but the stream's going to stop right at midnight. So we got about an hour and I believe 40 minutes left, I think is the time.
We're here to entertain.
Dastel. Yeah. And that's what the one thing that one dude. Oh, look at the ladies. Hello, ladies. Only once in my career have I dealt 4, like, first 4. It'd be nice to see a 4th queen on the turn one time. I've only done it once. Let's see if we can get the dealer to throw it out. No. Gonna fold. Yeah, one of the guys it was a couple months ago now, but was complaining about how we weren't GTO based, and
who was complaining about
this? The doctor guy was complaining about how we
erased him from my memory.
Yeah, he was basically just complaining about us. I'm like, dude, if you want to watch boring commentary, go watch one of your typical live streams. But like, dude, we're a small market, local. Small community of poker players. Like, almost all these guys know each other. As we do see here that we got a new player in the game.
1-3, bro, or 2-5.
Yeah, we're in a 1-3 game. GTO, these people, I guarantee it, if you walk down to this table right now, 5 people wouldn't know what GTO stood for.
Oh, I'd take the over.
It's very possible. I know
over.
Ray's knows it.
Ray's tight Mike.
Mike would know
maybe
it.
Stone and Nate.
I think, yeah, Nate for sure. But everybody else.
Rylan might. No, Rylan's pretty new to poker.
He's a young kid.
Yeah, he's a little young whippersnapper. Brad Bean said it's supposed to start getting nasty out there around midnight, weather-wise.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, actually.
And Brandon Rogers, either of you playing in the WSO circuit in the May? It's most likely.
Yeah, for the longest I wasn't allowed to because I was actually an employee there, but I'm actually planning on working.
Card, sorry, by the way.
Oh no, you're good. We'll just take a look at it real quick.
We got two flush draws and pairs.
Oh man, let's see what this, because he's got the open-ended with top pair as well.
If I know his style, he's just gonna call and then raise.
Miracle 9.
How about you that?
Raise is back to running good.
JTL knows what GTO means. LOL. Lot of 3-letter things in that sentence there, Kellen. JTL, GTO, LOL, FML.
Ha ha.
No, that would be 4.
Whatever.
Ha.
Ha. Ha.
But yeah, Brandon, most likely I might just be. I mean, I'll probably definitely be in the cash games over there, but
Cash
I'll
games will
be.
be great.
Yeah, I'm more worried about
Actually,
probably
speaking of
Vegas this
over there,
summer for myself.
the pool tournament should be getting ready to start pretty soon.
Yes, the pool
Pool
tournament.
tournament's always been a great time to go over and get the action in. The circuit event, though, I actually plan on working the World Series of Poker this summer, and that is the last stop right before the World Series. So I probably won't go too crazy, but I would like to play the main event.
Yeah, I'll probably play a couple.
I'd like to play a couple, but I think I'd rather just play high roller, play the main event.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, I give them. They had a nice little turnout last year. It was well done.
I didn't get to play it. Did they have a nice little turnout?
Yeah, they turned the ballroom into a really
Yeah,
nice.
so
It was
they were
really
doing
nice. Yeah, they did a good job. I mean, they lost it for after COVID and all that. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
to
it was
have
gone
it back.
for like 3 years, 2 years. It was terrible. It was a huge hit for us.
They
That was where a
used
lot
to
of our money
have
came from.
back. Kellen was talking about earlier how he missed the poker boom. Back in the day, they used to have 4 little series a year at the casino.
Oh, they had the Midwest Regional
yeah,
Poker Tour. They had the
World Series circuit. They had the
they had
Denny Crum,
the Denny Crum.
and then there was another World Series thing they called. But that might be the Midwest. They had one other one that
Wasn't
was
it like the Kentucky, Indiana, something
no. Let me think.
Or
Denny
was
Crum Midwest was for sure one, and
circuit?
the circuit, and then there was one of them was like an $1,100 main. That was the Midwest.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There was one more though.
And then they got rid of all of them.
All but this, yeah.
Every single one of them they got rid of.
Then you had, WPTs at Hollywood, and so
That's actually my bucket list for the next one. I've basically fulfilled most of my poker bucket list, but playing a high-end WPT tournament, not like not like the 25K or anything, but just a WPT event. I've never played WPT, and I've always wanted to.
I've played some small ones.
I know they have smaller ones, very similar
I
to like
played
the
a
World
couple. I played
Series,
one
where
in,
you can play in for like a 1,000, 2K or something like
I
that.
played one in the Hard Rock down in
Tampa?
Florida. Yep, Miami, not Tampa.
Oh, okay. That's my next stop, is getting down to Tampa. I've yet to make it to Tampa, and I've wanted to check it out down there.
Ryland's gonna Trip Ace is gonna be good.
Looks like he's going to check it and
did
try
check
to
it.
get Stone to fire out drawing dead, and he does
did.
precisely that. I'd
Nice
like to see
play by
Ryland here just
Ryland.
min raise. Although, actually, now that I think about it, I do see 3 diamonds out there, so
Yeah, he's just gonna.
I think he's
call.
just going to call and just take it down. And he is not going to do that at all. He is going to fold.
All
So
right.
he really believed that his opponent, with his little bitty $70 bet, actually had it. But we can see the cards. He can't. I guess he just went with his read. Thought he was making a world-class laydown. Instead, all that really happened was that's on video now forever.
Yeah.
Speaking of weather, actually, I did hear that there was a massive winter storm coming across the states.
That's awesome because
in the
just
next
this week I bought my daughter her first sled.
Did you really?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Little
Yeah,
saucer
actually-
style.
Well, you know how the weather is here. The weather around here tends to either be hit or miss. It's either going to be freezing, but it's going to be raining, or we will actually get a little bit of snow. But from what I heard, there was a massive storm front coming across from the western United States across to the east, and apparently they're talking about like record-breaking like snowstorms, and not necessarily here, but like throughout the Midwest and eastern United States. So they
I
said
was
that's-
actually potentially going to Vegas next weekend.
You know, it's funny is I actually thought about going to Atlantic City next, or 2 weeks from now.
I could go tomorrow if I want it, but I'm not.
I got a free trip to Laughlin, but I'm not going to go to that. Laughlin is just south of Vegas, I believe. It's like a small. It's kind of like Reno. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, why would I want to go there?
Nice. James, sweet little hand there.
They gave me
nut flush draw.
They gave me free airfare, free hotel, free transportation to and from, and some like resort credit. But it's just like, why do I want to go to Laughlin, Nevada?
Laughlin, Nevada to play slots.
Apparently, it's on the border of Colorado or something, and the Colorado River is right there. And it's actually pretty cool. They have a beachfront property. Because when I first saw it, I was like, I thought Laughlin was in Nevada. How do they have a beachfront property? But they have a beach for that river.
Oh, well, I wonder what the weather is at this time, though.
Well, yeah. So typically speaking, right now in Vegas, it's warm during the days, but it's a little chilly at night. And there's just no way I would ever get in the water. First of all, I'm not ever getting in any kind of river. Growing up next to the Ohio River here in Louisville, my entire life I have had zero desire to ever get in any kind of river. I don't know if you've ever seen how disgusting that is, but like I don't want to get in brown water. Brown water is just not very
I don't
intriguing.
think every river is as dirty as the Ohio.
It's not. It's not. It's
but
not.
I understand your concerns.
Our problem is it goes through a lot of sediment through our valley or whatever. So like the reason our water is so brown is because there's a lot of loose sediment and it just like turns it, like
it's a lot of dead bodies.
Poop brown. It's disgusting.
I always heard that when I was younger, like people drowning, and it's always.
You better believe it.
I always thought people were like there was a lot of dead bodies in it.
I guarantee it there is.
Yeah, it's gross.
But they've probably all been washed down towards like Mississippi at this point, so they're pretty much all gone. See if Jessica gets caught up with her king here. This would be an excellent fold. I think she just needs to go ahead and lay this down. Our opponent. Raising pre-flop. Betting the flop. Betting the turn. I think it's just time to lay our king down and just realize it's no good. Yeah, Dastel. Less than 5% of your stack on the river bet, and you fold with trip aces. Yeah, that's kind of what I said there. Again, I'm not trying to down him. He might have just went with this read there, but we just can't go and start folding premium hands just because something got there. I mean, we need to take into account the stack sizes, the size of the bet. I would have bet really small like that with a pair of deuces just trying to steal it. Because, again, as I was talking about earlier, you need to fight for those hands. And sometimes making little bitty small bets like that are good enough to win the hand. And if people are going to be making bets like that and we just consistently fold fairly strong premium hands, we're just going to show a negative profit at the end. So I understand going with your read from time to time, but also we just can't start folding to small to medium-sized bets. Sometimes we just have to look up our opponent and see if we're good or not. Yeah, if I'm in a tournament, I feel that it's more justifiable to make laydowns like that. But in a cash game, you're just setting yourself up to get run over too consistently. If we're just going to start folding trips every time a straight or a flush hits, it's just going to be a losing proposition. That also doesn't mean, nor am I advocating, that we should just always call that off. But we need to take into account our stack sizes and bet sizing and how often we need to win that to show profitability. But I will give the benefit of the doubt. Little young cat here playing with some seasoned players, people that have put in many, many hours on the felt. Can't make every play correctly. Even somebody as myself, I tend to think of myself as above average, decent player. I went and played the other day on a Tuesday, and I made several mistakes. So mistakes can happen to you whether you're new or old to the game. Doesn't matter. All you can do is just really control yourself and try to play the best you can. We'll back up to 70 viewers. Hell, that's some of the best viewing numbers we've had all year. Hope that little thing I shared is still. Yeah, it looks like we had an issue with the Club Jack live stream. We had it set. Okay, so they did post it there. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the one thing that we're gonna have to fix is why is there two Club Jack poker pages? I feel like one of those needs to be deleted. That they're talking about that Jokic game winner. Did you see that the other night?
I did. I was watching it, yeah.
The game cost me my parlay.
What did you need the Warriors just to win?
I mean, I had a free bet. It was I bet two games. I bet the game before that. I bet that game, and I had the Warriors money line.
Oh my God, they got an 18-point lead in the fourth quarter. Sweet.
Yeah. And last thing I know, Jokic hits a game-winning shot. Literally, this bet was like for $5. It was a free $5 bet to win 8 or 9. And I was super salty about it. So we see here Rays. I'm going to go ahead and go from the gutter to top pair. Hoping to avoid the 3 or the 4, and he does. Let's see what he does here. See if anybody tries to steal it. They do not. Looks like they're just going to check it down.
Raise ace, good. Let's see who's winning. How about that? Let's see who's winning. Hello. So, Stone, Ryland, Tight Mike, JTL, Nate, James Rays, Letters, and Jessica, all in the red.
Yeah, Stone and Ryland feeling pretty good right now about their nights. They've played pretty solid. Ryland had potential to be up even more. He's had the hands to do it, just been a little bit unlucky.
He'd be up a little more if he called with 3 aces.
Yeah. I think it's just a thing of that might just be a little bit of being a bit gun shy, just for the fact that he's had so many premium hands lose tonight. You just kind of start building doubt in yourself. Like, man, even when I have a strong hand, I still lose. But that doesn't mean that you should push out and just all of a sudden start folding hands. You just need to take those hits in stride. Realize that sometimes you just get unlucky in a game that's full of luck. I mean, poker's not 100%. What you try to do when you play poker is just try to make your equity as high as possible. And by equity, we'll just say the percentages of you winning the hand. So, you want your percentages to be as high as possible and your opponents to be as low as possible. And then the key to that is trying to get as much money in as possible with your opponent still calling. So you want to try to find that balance.
Kellen McHugh says, great stream, no complaints, but as the stream starts to grow, we need to get mics on the players.
Yeah, actually,
the table talk would be an awesome touch.
Yeah, we said that same thing earlier. Actually, I know a lot of y'all don't know me personally, but I just got back from the Bahamas, and I was actually playing in the World Series out there, and I was lucky enough to be part of a live streamed feature table, and that's how they did it out there. Everybody was mic'd up. And they still like right now we have a mic that's over the table. We have a couple of mics so you can catch a little bit of the chatter. But when you mic up the individual players, you literally get everything. And I personally believe that that's a lot better. Of course, that's a pretty hefty investment, though, because we have to get digital receivers, or not digital receivers, wireless receivers for each individual player. So we would have to have at least 8 or 9, with obviously probably a couple backups just in case. But it's a nice little hefty investment, and that's definitely something that I would love to see in the future because it just makes us look a little bit more professional. Anything that we can do to just come off as professional as possible just gives us a better image, and I would love to see that because it was super cool to be at a table like that. It just felt more official, you know. It just felt, you know, I've played the live stream here once, and it was awesome. But once you get mic'd up, and then you know that everything you say is going to be caught on camera, it just makes it a little bit better, I think. So definitely something that I'd like to look forward to in the future once we start to develop. Because you know, there's still a lot of plans. As we see here, the James hits the 10. Still a lot of plans for the club here. They are still working on expanding to next door. They took over that Cato place, I believe is what it was called, and they're looking to expand their space. And what you'll notice here with our feature table is it's essentially just a table that's in the middle of the room that just has a little bit of extra lighting. Of course, our cameras still need to be fixed, but it's just a little bit of extra lighting. I think what we're going to probably find ourselves doing is once the club expands into next door and we get a much larger space, you're probably going to see something similar to, I want to say, Live at the Bike, where they kind of have like a more closed off location to the live stream game, and a little bit more of a dedicated space to do that. And I think that would be a perfect time to start implementing some of those new things. So we'll see where we're at in the next month or two. Of course, there's a lot of big plans right now. Of course, there was a wrench that got thrown in there. We have had some major changes here in the past month at Club Jack. Obviously, we've had some issues. I'm not going to go into too many details with that, but had to make some changes here for the betterment of the club and for the community, and they have implemented those changes, and we are working to get this place back up and running to 100%. So as of right now, you know, there was plans for lots of tournament action coming up, lots of live stream action coming up, but some of that stuff has been placed on hold just so we can make sure that everything's back up and running accurately. So over the next month or so, I think we'll start to get more and more information. It is very promising to see, though, that as of right now on our live stream, you know, 60, 70 viewers. People are still showing their interest. People are still showing that they want to watch this. So we do just ask you all to bear with us as we work through all these issues. Again, we want nothing more than to provide you all with the stellar poker experience that you all absolutely deserve. So thanks for being with us, and we do appreciate that. Just stick with us a little bit longer. Let us get all these kinks worked out, especially with this camera. This camera really gets on my nerves because I can't see the board. But again, this is my first day back. I haven't been here in I think I came here once to say what's up to everybody, but basically before I went to that trip, it was at the very beginning of December. So it's been about a month since I've been here, but there's been a lot of changes, lots going on. So thanks for bearing with us. Thanks, Kellen. We do appreciate that. Again, thanks, Patrick, Kellen. Thanks you all so much. We do appreciate that. Uh, Definitely some stuff we need to work on, obviously, but you know, being just the small startup club that we are, looks like they're going to do a bomb pot right here. We started off pretty hot, and then ran into some stream issues. Of course, everybody's new to this. I all of a sudden became a technical guy, and I don't know why they made me the technical guy. I have a GED with a limited college experience. So uh, everybody was just trying to pitch in to help and get things going right. And unfortunately, there were some things that just weren't getting corrected. So we've worked on the majority of that, and we are trying to just get back to strictly poker. So again, thank you all so much for bearing with us. Let's take a look at these hands here. You're better at reading Omaha, but geez, everybody's got That's a lot.
10, 6 deuce, 2 diamonds. It looks
Yeah,
like
2 diamonds on the board. Flush draw, flush draw.
set. No. Set of deuces
2
for
flush draws. JAQK with the nut blocker.
set.
Sixes,
Set of
tens,
deuces for
deuce.
letters.
Yeah, see letters
Flush
here.
draws for type Mike, but in gut shot.
Yeah, they're not going to really like their flush draws, though. I think they just got to fold those weak flush
He's just going to win
draws.
with the set of deuces, most likely. Yep.
I'd like to see JAQK maybe stick in there with the dry ace to see if that diamond comes in.
No, because it's a cap game. They can only put in 200. So you
Oh, this
can't.
is cap?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's no dry
Terrible
ace
play.
play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be a terrible play. Never mind. I'm thinking we're playing a full-on cash game. I'd like to see
full
the
real
float on
Omaha,
top.
absolutely. But
Yeah. I got you.
my only advice is don't invite back the bucket hat.
Yeah, bucket hats.
Hey, he bluffed into a full house.
I think he thought that he was playing blackjack or something and just couldn't get that good hand to double down with. Unfortunately, sometimes you play a little too tight and you end up going broke, and that's basically what happened there. The last thing you need to do is just to just let your chip stack dwindle without actually fighting, and that's how these numbers. I mean, I know people think that numbers aren't generally important, but like things like VPIP, aggression, they kind of let you know where you stand as far as maybe what you need to change. If you're not running good, maybe you need to lower that VPIP. If you need to raise it up a little bit, it's got to play hands to win hands, and if you don't play hands, you're going to just continuously lose.
Set. Set for Mr. Letters.
Yeah, so let's see what Letters does here. I believe that all you should be doing is checking because the board is so wet, allowing your opponents to bet out and then coming in with the action. But
He's not going to get any action.
he's going to go ahead and fire out and then realize that that was the worst mistake of all time because nobody has anything. I mean, the most action he could have got was probably the ace-5 with the backdoor flush draw. But when you bet $60, it's really hard to call $60 and try to hit runner. So I'd like to see a little bit smaller of a bet or just a check there. I know I have advocated before that I like to bet out my sets, but again, it depends on the situation. And I also wouldn't advocate doing anything 100% of the time. It's always best to mix up your game. Keep your opponents on edge. A couple of really pretty hands here. Got the King Jack suited, 7-8 suited, Queen Jack suited. Even the little 9-5 suited. Somewhat attractive. I'd give it like a 7. Flop comes 2 10s with a king. Stone out in front with the king. Nate open-ended but can't feel great unless he sees a club on the turn or the straight. Always going to call 1 though. You can always see at least 1. So it looks like we're going to go heads up. Queen on the turn. Puts a straight out there, so ace jack, jack nines are going to get there. Stone probably should go ahead and continue firing. Not much has changed here, so it looks like he's going to fire out 70. Yeah. So it's going to put Nate in a difficult spot here. I think Nate probably should just go ahead and fold because not only is he losing to all the 10s and the kings right now, but if his opponent has 9-10, ace-9, something like that, he could already be drawing dead. So very, very disciplined fold there. I know we have second pair open-ended, but what you'll see is a lot of the time these players, the ones that go broke often, don't lay those hands down because they think that if they hit their straight, they can win a big pot when they don't already realize that the board is paired and they could be drawing dead. It's a mistake I see a lot of times. People chasing draws when they're already drawing dead. So we see our chip count here. Ryland's still at 1.9 overall. Winning. So he's up about $412. Stone up top with 524. Jessica down at the bottom at 400 in the red. Definitely trying to get out of the red. The red is not your friend. I don't care if you're a Louisville fan or not. Go Cats. But you want to be in the black. So whoever has the most heart is going to win this hand. A lot of passive action here. You'll see this a lot at the lower levels, 1-2, 1-3, even sometimes 2-5. So a lot of times players will just try to catch cards and hit flops and get lucky instead of fighting for pots. The one difference you'll notice is once you move up levels and start playing with a higher quality of player, people that really study the game, you'll notice that almost every pot somebody is fighting for it. Doesn't matter. They're always going to try to win the hand. Because again, if you're just calling and then just checking it down and then flipping over your cards, you might as well just buy scratch offs, to be honest.
JTL 4-5 suited, baby.
All right, so here we got a couple of queens. Got a
flush
bottom
draw.
pair, nut flush draw. So Stone, well, Ryland's going to go ahead and lead out with a queen deuce. Not a fan, but I can also see why he would do that, try to protect his equity. Stone is going to make an excellent, excellent fold.
Oopsie
Folds
daisy.
the king queen. James is going to go ahead and turn the nuts. Ryland drawing dead. And the worst thing that could happen to him is hitting a queen or a deuce right now, because Ryland can get a little crazy with the pairs. So let's see what happens here.
Ace. That's a bad card.
Yeah, so I think this is a spot where Ryland can very, very easily get away. James probably should fire bots about 230. Probably about 100. He snap called him, and he is going to get the bad news. What was the bet? Do we know? 105. Yeah, that's about right. I was going to say a black chip. I was going to throw one blackbird out there. Go ahead and make sure you get some value. That's a difficult spot about putting yourself in that situation there with the queen deuce. I mean, I understand wanting to protect your equity. You do have top pair, but you're going to kind of set yourself up to basically be committed later instead of reevaluating.
What, a king queen folded?
King queen folded, yeah. So
Who was that? Who had that?
Stone.
Stone.
Actually, that's what I said. Excellent fold by Stone because, I mean, again, you do accomplish, you're trying to find out where you're at and you're trying to protect your equity, but just queen deuce it's a little optimistic in my eyes. I think that's more of like a check call, check raise, and then reevaluate, but I could see a lead out. I think that the bet was just a tad bit too strong, though. Here we see Jessica limping in with 3. Again, I just can't stress it enough. I'm never a fan of just limping. And you're just, see, this is the issue I have with it. It kind of bothers me, really. It's just, you limp, you call the raise, and then you fold the flop when you miss. You limp, you call the raise, you fold the flop when you miss. You limp, you call, and now you're betting on the flop. Like, what do you think you have? You know what I mean? Like, your range is just, you're always just putting yourself in such a difficult spot when you play that way. That's why I always recommend raising first.
This is deja vu. We got queen deuce and the nut flush draw again.
Yeah, so let's see what happens this time.
Queen deuce bets again. James has the nut flush draw again, too. How funny. Spade on turn? No. But I can see a check now.
Deuce of spades would be lovely because JAQK can't fold 2 pair. I think James probably should continue firing after.
Check, check.
Yeah, so it bet, and then he called. And now James checks. I think he should just continue it. See what he does here.
It looks like he's folding it.
Folding ace-9 of spades here actually wouldn't be too bad because, I mean, you're having to call $150. It's actually a very aggressive bet by JAQK. But, you know, you're only going to hit this flush 1 out of every 3.5 times or whatever it is. So I think in the long run, making that call right there isn't very good. I think you have to raise. But I don't mind the fold there. Sounds like somebody's coughing in the background. I guess COVID's here now. Glad they're in the background doing that. Unfortunate thing is I have to go to the bathroom, and that's where the coughing just took place. So pray for me. Okay, so looks like we got James raising it up with pocket tens, pretty standard raise. Gonna go ahead and 3-bet it with ace king suited, and then tight Mike immediately behind him, who is known to get pretty aggressive here with the ace queen. Let's see what he does. Looks like I can't tell. Is he still thinking about it? Looks like he's still thinking about it. This is a spot where Mike can sometimes come out and raise. And he did. Okay, so we're just not seeing it. Tight Mike has come out and 4-bet it to 125 with the ace queen offsuit. Raise, folded the ace king last time. There's zero chance that he does it this time. He's just going to call. We're going to go heads up. Flop comes king high. It gives Mike the gutter and the backdoor flush draw. Raise checks it. Let's see how Mike approaches this. Mike 100% should be betting here every single time. I think a downsized bet would be best, probably like 100, but he's just going to check it. I think when you're raising, anytime the board comes king high, it's going to fit your range so strongly that we should always be betting. Of course, we see that it would be incorrect for him to do so. But Raise is going to go ahead and play this extremely passively. He's going to check it twice. Tight Mike is going to make a very solid bet. Raise can do nothing but just call. We're going to see this river.
Brick City, but not really. Hearts.
Yeah, Hearts got there. Of course, any full houses are there as well, but most likely Raise is supposed to check here, I believe.
Yeah, check call.
And then call. Yeah, I think that's the absolute best play. But I think it's unfortunately just going to go check, check. Mike does have it in him to fire out a nice bet to go with it. So let's see what he does here exactly. It's just his ranges there. I mean, obviously the flush got there. The full houses got there. But let's see what happens here. Raise is going to go ahead and lead out for 300.
Oh.
So this is a pretty optimistic play here. Let's see how Mike reacts to this, because Mike knows that he had the betting lead pre-flop. The flop, it goes check, check. The turn goes check, bet, call. Now all of a sudden your opponent is leading out. So what if we're on Mike's shoes here and our opponent, and it looks like Mike has went all in.
Lord, what a play.
Again, this is just Mike reading the situation. I've 4-bet pre-flop. We both check the flop where it looks like I might have kings or jacks. Now all of a sudden my opponent has checked again. I'm betting and getting called, and now my opponent's betting. So if my opponent's going to check twice and then fire out for 300, honestly, it feels kind of weak. It kind of feels like you were trying to steal it. And Mike
But what I mean,
is trying to put maximum
oh
maximum
my
pressure.
lord! But what's crazy about that is Ray's not trying to steal it. He's got
No,
these.
Mike
He's
thinks he's betting for value, but the problem is it's a pretty stout bet, and I mean I like the heart. I like the heart, but the problem is you three bet and then got four bet and just called, and then the flop comes out, you check it, your opponent checks back. The turn comes out, you check it, and then you check call a bet, and now you're just firing out on the river. Like to me, that's, I mean, yeah, of course it could be a flush, it could be a full house, but it kind of feels like what it is because I believe that all of the nutted hands are in Mike's range, essentially. You know, obviously Rays doesn't have pocket kings. He never has pocket kings there. He could have pocket jacks, but you know, with the four bet just smooth called, I think that all the pocket kings are in Mike's range. All the pocket jacks are in Mike's range. So very, 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 very excellent play by Mike. And for anybody that wants to continue to call him Tight Mike, there you go. That is a persona that he probably gave himself to up his image. Yeah, that's the chat seems to agree with this here. That was just again, I think it was more of Mike just knowing what his range was against Rays. When your opponent is three bet just calling, checking flop, check calling turn, firing out on the river first to act, it just to me kind of feels like your opponent is over betting to get you to fold. That's just I could be wrong, but that's just how it feels like
I
to me.
don't. Well, I mean, I don't. Ray's wasn't trying to get him to fold. He had
No,
ace
no, no,
king.
no. Well,
He had a really
obviously,
good value hand.
yeah, he has a value hand, but generally speaking, I'm not necessarily speaking about just that situation, but like it feels like sometimes when it goes check, 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 call, and now all of a sudden dude's betting out big, like it's not a nutted hand. Is
No,
essentially what I'm
I
saying.
agree. I think what you're saying is Mike is reading it as a bluff. I don't think he was trying to get Rays to fold ace king. I
Yeah,
think
but
he was saying that.
a value hand could also be a bluff though, and that's basically what that was, right? Because there was a potential draws out there. The board is paired. There's hearts out there. So I think he turned his value hand into a bluff, and it came back to bite him.
Yeah, I mean that's what we said on the river. The best bet for Ray was to check call.
Yeah, that's what I think. Check call, 100%.
But I also think Ray's is thinking that queens is potentially in Mike's range,
Yeah.
that he can maybe get Mike to call 300 with queens because,
No,
like you said, it
definitely, yeah.
kind of looks. Mike actually turns his hand into a beautiful bluff
No, for sure.
and makes Ray lay down a very
But he
stronger
knows.
hand than Ray he thinks Ray has. I
Yeah,
promise you
yeah, I
that.
agree. Rays, he knows Rays is a competent player that knows what he's doing, and I think that he just knows that his range there includes more nutted hands than Rays does, and if Rays is betting big like he was, I think his hand is kind of capped at certain strengths. But unless we had the guys in the booth, we just really won't know. But again, that's why, Mike is one of the better players at the table because Mike's not playing his cards. Mike's playing his position and he's playing his opponent. Some of the other players at the table, they're just trying to hit flops, and if they don't hit flops, they don't continue. Some of the other guys at the table trying to make plays, trying to win big pots, trying to win every pot. It's like going to a buffet. It's like going to a buffet and being like, you know what? I only want this. This is all I'm getting. But why wouldn't you have it all? You need to go for it all. Don't go for one or two little things. I'm just going to be conservative. I'm going to go for this, just the salad. No, salad, breads, proteins, vegetables, fruits. I want it all.
Sick hand, regardless.
It was. I mean,
Be
that's
interesting to see if he checked. See, because Mike might not go all in.
Mike's
then.
not going all in, but
He
he's
might
gonna,
bet
I think he's gonna
500,
bet
400,
big. Yeah,
but Ray can maybe call that.
I think Ray's calling.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic when you bet out. You put yourself in a.
Yeah, the old donk lead, as they call it. Although that was a very heavy donk lead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, his hand looked totally different than what he actually had.
I think he just turned his value hand into a bluff and was hoping to get called from just a pip less. And unfortunately, he got the bad news that he got raised. And
no, I don't think Ray was bluffing at all. Ray was value betting.
Again, he's value betting that's turned into a bluff, because when you're value betting,
no, he's not. He's hoping Mike's going to call him with like queens.
I get that, but when you're betting that big and there's hearts out there, that's a bluff.
No, it's not. Not if queens calls you. I mean, he's attacking that hand specifically, most likely, because the way he played it. I mean, he checked back the flop like he could be scared of the king.
No, that's a different dynamic though. The term turning your hand into a bluff is when you turn your value hand into a hand that's not obviously the best hand. So he's probably assuming what you're talking about, like he can get that call from one less. But when you're leading out there and there's potential boats, there's potential flushes. Like, that's 100% turn your hand into a bluff. But it's a value bluff. Like, he knows that he probably has the best hand and wants to get called, so he's not betting too crazy. But when you're leading out into potential full houses and flushes with a strong made hand, he's definitely bluffing. But he's hoping to get called by worse, obviously. So it's like a mix of the two, essentially. Either way, I think it's played fine by both players. I don't necessarily mind the lead because, like you said, he's hoping to get called by a little bit less of a pocket pair, maybe like a weaker king, maybe trying to make his hand look like a bluff and then get called by, like, a even smaller pocket pair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then the takeaway from it is, though, when you decide to lead, you open yourself up to get
100%.
raised. So that's the main takeaway. Yeah. Whereas if you just check, you can just call.
Check calling, I think, is the best play there.
Yeah,
personally.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the last thing you want to do is have to fold your hand when you don't have to, right? Like,
exactly.
Because, like we're talking about, like, when you're betting 300, now, no matter what, if our opponent raises, we have to call at least 300, right? But if we check that flop, now we might only have to call 300 or 500, which is still less than the 600 we would have had to have originally put in. So, oh, look at that board, 666. That's the board that I hit to go to the Bahamas. 666 board, I had ace-6.
Kellen agrees with me. I disagree. I think he definitely wanted to call on the river with the lead, bet fold for value on the river. I'm almost sure. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, yeah, but he's 100% turned his hand into his bluff, but it's the best hand. It's just the way that it's termed, because you're leading out massively with not even the top 15 best hand possible, but he knows where he's at. Like, he 100% wants to get that call there. I'm not saying that he's bluffing because he doesn't, whatever. It's just the board dynamics. That's a bluff.
But it's not when he's attacking the hands that he is trying to get called by. And that's what I think you're going to confuse some people when you say bluff, because they're assuming bluff. What do you mean? He's got ace king.
But that's generally that's using a generic.
Yeah, but if we bring Ray in right here right now, I guarantee you he does not say he was bluffing.
That's essentially exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying.
But you said he turned his hand into a bluff.
He does when you have that
board
out there.
No, he doesn't. No.
I mean, we're just going to agree to disagree.
Because you've said the same thing two different ways. You said he's turned his hand into his bluff, but then he's wants a call. So what sense does that make?
So what's the term value bet bluff mean?
There is no such thing as a value bet bluff. There's a turn your hand into a bluff and a value bet. He was trying to get value from worse, like queens, right? Or whatever, like we were saying, smaller pairs or whatever. Turning your hand into a bluff is when you put your you have a real hand with value,
That's what he had.
but you put your hand on a better hand, and you are trying to get them to fold out. That's a value bluff. That's a turning your hand into a bluff because he actually had he has the best hand. He's not turning his hand into a bluff.
It's just so hard for queens to call right there. I just think he's trying to get him to fold.
Well, I will bet you a slice of pizza or a full pizza that if we brought Ray in here right now that he does not say he was bluffing.
No, I mean, I'm not going to bet on that, but because that's what I said. I mean, he would like a call because obviously he has the king.
I know you have said that, but you can't. You're wording it wrong.
He would like to get called by less. Of course he would. But it's hard for him to have less when he got 4-bet pre-flop, checked it, check called, and then all of a sudden now is betting 300 on a board that's paired.
Yeah, but 300 was not a big bet in that scenario. They both put in 150 on the turn. There was a 4-bet pre-flop. I mean, it was only like 70% of the pot.
That's a huge bet.
No, it's not. There's the 300 into
70, 80%
500.
slot.
No, 300 not for the size of the pot. That's what I'm saying. That was strictly value. I mean, we can just we'll ask Ray.
I already told you Ray's going to say he's going for value, but at the same time,
so that's not a bluff. I mean, that's literally you can't say both things. It's either one or the other, value or bluff. You watch that show Shark Tank? They pick the card. What card would Ray pick?
But we can see the cards though.
I understand. Who turned their hand into a bluff there? Mike. Mike did, even though he didn't really have a lot of value. But let's say Mike had ace king, and Ray bets 300 into him, and then he overshoves on top of that. That's more turning your hand into a bluff.
Oh,
because now you have like what you're saying, like the 15th nuts or whatever. So
yeah, but in that situation, Mike would be straight bluffing.
Well, that's all there is. There's no such thing as value bluffing. That's contradicting.
I guess
that is completely contradicting.
Not to me. I guess the way I look at it is we have a player that has a marginal hand on a hand that's easily beatable that's still trying to get value from his hand. So I guess I'm just wording it incorrectly.
Yes, you are. But the word bluff is not right. Value, he is...
When you're firing out on a paired board with hearts, I feel like that's a value bet bluff. And I guess that's just the way I've always thought about it because he is still bluffing with a hand that's not made. Yeah, and he's trying to get value for it.
But that's not a bluff.
Again,
that's where you're wording it wrong, though. That's where it's confusing people. It's not. That's not a bluff because it's value. You can't have both.
Those people. I'm just saying.
Well, you have to care. I mean,
the way I look at it is, we have a very strong hand that we're even trying to make even stronger. It's just the way I word it. So I mean, if y'all don't like it, then again we can agree to disagree. But we're trying to get value from our hands, but we also, you know.
So, but do you understand what bluff means in poker?
No, I don't.
Bluff means you take the worst hand and you win with it.
Gotcha.
He has the best hand in that scenario. He's betting.
That's why I said he wasn't bluffing. But again,
you did say he was bluffing.
I said he had a value bet bluff.
That's bluffing. Where do you not understand? That's where you're getting it wrong. You're 100% right. He is value betting. We've established that he was trying to get called by a worse hand, a pip worse, queens most likely, because from the action that would take place was
I agree with that.
4-bet yada yada yada. Exactly, Kellen. Exactly. He's just wording it wrong. He has said that in his explanation, but he just keeps calling it a value bet.
That's just the way I've always thought about it in my head. That's the way I talk about it. So I mean, if y'all don't like it, it is what it is. But
we'll get a new commentator next week. So
it is what it is. Actually, next week I plan on playing in a tournament at the casino. So
yes, he's wording it wrong. Exactly. That's all right though. I mean, he said when he was explaining it, we all understood. But
yeah, we just have different ways to term things, and that's just how I do it. It's easier for me to think of it that way.
Set of sevens for the stone, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to get very much action.
No, just a gutter for the Nate. Nate the Great. Either way, great hand by Mike.
Yeah, that's takes a lot of balls to make a play like that.
And Rays fold it pretty quickly. Once again, probably going with the image of Mike and range advantage and all that. Mike looks like King's full, Jack's full. He did not. He had the Queen of Hearts in his hand right there, so
That's
I would
why
like to see the Ace of
betting
Hearts a
there is
little
just
bit better.
not a good play.
No, I mean I would have liked to see Mike have the Ace of Hearts in his hand as more of the bluff hand, but because now he can only have the nut flush. But even if you're Ray betting the nut flush on the river and you get jammed on it, you're sick to your stomach.
Oh yeah, because again, he's got the range advantage.
Yeah, he's got all the
That's what it all goes back down to. He's got all the kings. He's got all the jacks. He's got all the king jacks. Even though king jack's probably not betting again pre-flop like that, but it's most likely kings or jacks.
Yeah, kings, jacks, but probably not even jacks. Most people don't four bet those any, but it's possible. It's definitely not. I mean, it's queens, kings, ace, king, aces. Maybe ace queen suited, kind of making a little play. I mean, he had ace queen offsuit, so I would assume he would do ace queen suited as well.
Yeah, it just so happens that we could see Mike's hand and the ace queen there, and little did Rays know that he actually had it. He could have thought he had ace king though. I mean, check on the flop. I mean, it's either ace king, queens, or he got slow played and trapped. It's going to be one of those options.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't fault Ray's fold on the river. I think
Ray's bet is trying to get his opponent to fold the same hand, or to get value from queens. I think it's one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think ace king's folded anyway.
On a paired board and a flush out there?
No, not the way it went. I mean, you don't love it, but you're not gonna fold ace king.
We've seen multiple plays today where I didn't think somebody was going to do something.
Yeah, but
Dude folded trip aces earlier.
Yeah, but these are two of the better players at the table.
I mean, I get that, but
you got to understand.
Sometimes you overthink yourself.
I don't believe the whole way the hand played when, Ray checked to, obviously he was check calling with ace king on the flop. Mike decided to pump the brakes, which I think was a weird, when alarms go off and Ray's head a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, check
but
flop,
Ray,
check call in turn.
Ray checked the flop with top pair, top kicker. Mike checked back behind, which I think started to make Ray's think, okay, maybe he's got two queens that he doesn't like that flop, or did he flop super huge and he's trapping? And now, yes, and then Mike says, well, let me just take this free card with my nut gutter here and see if I can whatever. And then the turn comes nothing. What, pair the board on the turn or the river?
Pair of the board on the turn, I think, and then the river.
Eights, yeah. So ace, so it came king jack 8-8, and then or something like that, and then either way, bets the turn, which like a delayed C bet, Raise of course just calls, but now Mike has to start going, okay, what's he calling me with? Because Mike really doesn't have the hand, but again, it's all perception, and then like he's
got to think that he's on. Probably a king.
I do not think Mike thought Rays has ace king there when he raised him. I think he maybe thinks he misses something and he's just gonna blow him off of it. He might think he can get him to fold ace king, but I mean he did make him fold ace king. But I'm saying,
I think Mike knows that he had that range advantage, and that based on the way Rays had played the hand, that he could probably get away with a huge all-in bet.
Todd Abel. Never heard the term value. I'm saying, Todd, that's new to me as well, buddy.
Yeah, I came up with that term basically.
It's new. It's new.
The way I look at
2024, Todd.
I mean, I've explained it already, but the way I look at it is Ray doesn't have the best hand, so when I look at a value bet bluff, it's like a hand that's obviously strong enough to continue betting, but it's not the best hand, and he wants value for that hand. So he's representing that he has the full house. He's representing that he has the hearts. And of course, he could still get a call by, one of the other hands, but we just all have different ways to explain things, and that's just how I do it. As we see both players here have the
Straight,
8.
straight, and straight. Does anybody want to play their straight a little harder than the other?
Because that's assuming that we know exactly what Mike's cards are, and Rays doesn't know what he has, so of course he would like to get some value from some weaker hands. But when the board is paired, there's a flush out there, kind of similar to how it is now. There's obviously straight flushes out there, quads are out there, any flushes are out there, and like let's say we have an ace queen, and we're hoping to get called by queen 7 or something like that. And the way I work it out in my mind, at least, is that that's what that turn would come in.
Or, if Mike folds ace king, then God bless him. Then God bless Ray for getting him to.
But that's the only thing I'm saying, though, is that we look at it differently when we actually know what their cards are. Might not be a term that everybody uses. It's just that's how I explain it to myself to try to think about it, because we can see their cards, so we're like, oh yeah, for sure, this is a value bet, or this is a bluff, or whatever. But like
it's real simple. We just ask Ray.
When you're at the table,
that's the most basic way to do it. You just ask Ray, were you bluffing there, or were you value betting? Because if he thought he was bluffing, then what you're saying is correct. It's still not called a value bluff. It's just called a straight up bluff. You know what I'm saying? If he was value betting, it makes sense for everything we listed earlier. He's either got queen, he's trying to get queens.
We're just saying it differently. To me, a bluff is when you just have nothing. To me, a value bluff is when you have something of some kind of marginal made hand that you could still get value from.
Right, but that's not a bluff. It's value. So there's no such thing as a value bluff. It's either one or the other.
I could say it again. This is something that I personally say. So, I don't have to say that ever again if it makes everybody feel better. But for me to explain it to myself, that's how I say it.
Yeah, but you're explaining it to other people. And it's confusing them. Yes, Patrick, we will.
Yeah, I've been trying to move on for a while. As we see, Cax here hit a straight. Unbeatable.
Thank you, Patrick. Loving the show. We appreciate you watching. Ooh, I am starving.
No, their pizza's probably garbage. Yeah, apparently some of us have just different ways of explaining things, but basically all the same information gets across. It's a little bit easier once we see the cards, but nevertheless, if we need a full-on professional live stream crew, then we can just go watch WPT, WSOP, Bicycle Casino. Either way. Moving on. Jessica here with the King Jack suited. 40% of a royal flush.
Thank you, Chuck. As we were complaining a little bit earlier about the casino not feeding you, Club Jack just ordered pizza for the entire room. So, another thing they do quite frequently here.
Let's get Cax here, just calling with Ace King again. He likes doing that.
You know, he's done that about 3 different times, maybe 4 tonight. But I can tell you, in my almost 20 years of playing live, older people, which he's a little older gentleman, they don't love Ace King like the younger folks do. So they tend to play it a little bit more passively.
Yeah, they just want to see the flop and see if they hit an ace or a king and then fold.
Well, potentially, yes. Hope to make it over soon. Yeah, absolutely, Patrick. We hope to have you. So there's 3 games going tonight in here. Good action at every table. You can also play on a live stream.
I got 2 gutters and an open-ended. Looks like Stone's going to take the lead with the 3s. I need to find out if they're doing the live stream on Saturdays. I'm not going to be here the next 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, I usually don't do Saturdays anyway, but I might start. Like I won't be here next Friday. It's my daughter's birthday. I'll be at Malibu Jack's. Now they might be able to come a little bit later. Party will probably be over with at 8:39. I might be able to. It's been a good little game tonight, though. Okay. Cody, hold on. I'm eating some of this pizza here. Mitch, Tom, entertain us. What is the biggest pot you guys have ever played and won? Let me think about that one.
I mean, I really don't play too much cash. I've always preferred playing tournaments.
I think on 2-5 no limit. At the casino, 2-5 no limit. Um, God, PLO. I've played a lot of $5,000 pots, $10,000 pots. Lost a $10,000 pot in PLO.
Yeah, I don't play that much cash, so I don't ever get into the situation to play for big hands like that.
Better yet, what kind of pizza? They got Pizza Hut. Lots of
They actually got real pizza this time.
yeah.
Does it have sauce on it?
Sausage, cheese. Yeah, pretty decent. I hate pizza. This is not bad. But they have cheese, pepperoni, sausage, and wings. This is what they got. Yeah, I want to say. I know it's got to be both of them. Got to be 5,000-6,000 both games. I think. I don't know. They all run together. I've won more $3,000 or $4,000 pots than I could count, probably. Biggest game I've ever played in is PLO 25, 50, $100 straddle. Played that a couple times. I'm with you. I'm with you, Homesteaderman. Value bet. Sorry for the silence. Tom went to go get some food, and I am chomping down. What's up, Star? Mitch is in the booth. Tom is also in the booth, but he's on lunch break. Oh, sweet heavens, we got you tuned right in, Star. Sorry, I'm hungry, Star. Kings versus Aces. Let me put the food down for this one. How deep are these poor Stone. He's played immaculate all day long. And he's got the guy that's been the most action, too. How are you, Star? Where are you at? You out anywhere playing? Listen here, Rosie. I'm starving. Okay. So much so. What did I just? Oh, okay. He must not have had aces. Okay, we had got my hopes all up here. Mr. Letters did not have aces, or he just made the worst fold in the history of poker. But we do have a flush draw versus kings. We have no clue what James has. I'll get with you in just 1 second. There's Star. 75 bet here by the Stone with the Kings. We're getting a call from JTL with the 10-8 of diamonds. And it looked like our man James, who his hand is unknown to us, it looked like he had raising chips cut out to me. And then I think he folded. So what do I know? All right, what does this turn bring? You really don't love this card if you are Stone, but he's going to... Oh, my lord. Now this, folks, is turning your hand into a semi-bluff. And wow. I thought Stone snap called it off. This is a sick feeling. With the two kings, JTL has not gotten out of line at all. Ray has not been running phenomenal. He did get bluffed in a big pot. But anyway, good luck down in Biloxi, Star. It's one of my favorite places. I almost moved there in like 2007, 8. Have a good night. Good luck down there. Win all the money. But my lord, what does Stone do here? This has turned out to be... There's the pizza that I was chomping on as well, as you can see. Wow, you can tell Stone does not want to call this. He would be ecstatic if he can find the call. But just any old jack is definitely in JTL's range. He just called on the flop, and now he's raised you all in on the turn like he ain't scared of that jack. Oh, Scott, your boys are in the grinder together. Oh, and he gets Stone to fold the kings. Oh, are they buddies? He should definitely show them. Oh, I think oh, Scott, what do you do? Who do you cheer for? Sick. I would hate kings right there myself. But yes. Yay, what a hand. I mean, that turned out to be better with not even having the aces. Very nice play for Mr. JTL.
Smells like straight wing sauce out here.
No, yeah. Sorry, I was about to throw that away. You just missed a fun hand.
They're already back? They said they were taking a little small break, but I guess they came
Oh,
back
yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of them are eating at the table, but there was a sick hand where it was Stone had kings. Our card reader, for some reason, had the letter dude with aces. He did not have aces, but there was 3-bet pre-flop or whatever. But little
That kind of makes me worried if it's showing aces, if our scanner has been messed up the whole game.
I don't know about that, but I mean that happened a lot on a lot of streams. Not often, but sometimes. But JTL had 10-8 of diamonds. James cards never got read. They went to the flop 3 ways. It comes Jack, little with 2 diamonds.
Backdoor straight, flush draw.
Yeah, he flops a flush draw. JTL did. Stone just has the 2 kings. He bets 75. JTL calls. James folds. Turn is a jack, so the top pair pairs. Jack, little, and then Stone leads out again on the turn, like one, and JTL raises them all in with the 10-8 of diamonds, and Stone folds the kings.
Did he really?
For like 270 more.
I guess he just really was dead set on him thinking he had a jack.
Yeah, I think they're buddies. Scott said that's the ones they are both great players. We will definitely be talking about that one around the old home game. Oh my God, yeah, that was a hell of a play. Now they're taking a break, it looks like. I think they're taking a pizza break. Destroyer, baby. You know it, Rose. You know what the Destroyer does. Yeah, they've both played very solid tonight.
Is that Houston in the chat? I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, he's out chefing and stuff for the PGA Tour.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, Kellen, JTL put the poor man in a blender. He really did. I mean, that was sick.
Yeah, actually, what we're about to see right now is a break. They're probably going to take about a 5-minute break here. Yeah, it was on a 15-minute delay, and I just walked out there, and everybody wasn't even playing.
Okay. So you all know, break time. I told you that pizza. Everybody's coming to get their midnight snack.
We might get a couple hands left, but I think that might be it for the stream tonight.
It very well could be.
Because if we're on a 15-minute delay, they took about a 10-minute break, so we might be able to get a couple more hands in, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll let you guys know.
I wouldn't expect them to dive too hard because it is Pizza Hut that they ordered in.
I'm telling you, I don't know if it's because I'm extremely hungry or what, but I hate Pizza Hut.
I think the only reason I'm going to assume that you're going to say that you enjoyed it. It was halfway decent, but I'm going to say that was because the last pizza that we got had no sauce.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're probably under the assumption that...
I just have such low expectations for Pizza Hut
all
the time.
I couldn't even tell you the last time I had Pizza Hut.
Me
if I had
either.
to guess, it was probably... God, it would have had to have been somewhere that had ordered it, and then I ate it. Because I haven't ordered Pizza Hut in probably...
Oh, I'm telling you.
I think I might have been in high schoolish. Like somewhere around high school.
But high school, like, it used to be really
20
good.
years ago. Oh, 20 years ago is totally different. They kind of became like almost like a DiGiorno establishment. You know what I mean? Like their pizza quality is just really went down.
Yeah. You know who's got really good pizza that if you liked old Pizza Hut, Hometown Pizza.
Hometown Pizza's always. Have you ever had their white chicken pizza?
No, I don't.
It's one of the best in the world. It's literally they instead of like marinara, they use like
like Alfredo.
Alfredo with chicken and It's just called the white pizza. But next time if you go there,
I can't do it. Well, no, I probably would really
slice.
like it. Yeah, I could do an individual slice. I would probably really like it, but I just love marinara. That's my favorite part of this pizza.
You gotta tell me twice.
But my wife's uncle started Hometown Pizza. But what it originated from, he was like the lead manager at one of the Pizza Huts. So he saw where they were starting to skimp on ingredients, and he took like a little bit of their original, what made them so good, added his own little flavor to it, like where like you cannot there's certain, like, you have to do fresh dough every day, you have to do it a certain way every single day, every dough gets thrown away if it's not used that night. But anyway, so he made, like, basically how when Pizza Hut was really good, he took that and apply that to all his hometowns. I mean, he started with them. He's a multi-millionaire. I've stayed at his house. I've stayed at his house in Amelia, Florida. It is sick.
I've been to at least 4 or 5 different hometown pizzas.
So if it's got so do you know the one in Fern Creek?
I do. I've not actually been to that one.
Okay. The one in Fern Creek was like right across from the high school.
Yeah. It's still there.
Yeah, but it's not called Hometown anymore. It's called Craft House.
That's right.
The reason is because her uncle told us, because we used to get it all the time. He'd give us free coupons and shit. They were not doing what his actual rules to make his pizza. They were still good, but they were like but I guess people, they went in and, like, watched them, and he told the guy that bought the company for him, you can no longer use my hometown name. So that pizza place is still open. They changed their name, but I mean, we still get it because it's close to our house, and it is still very similar to Hometown. But
see, we used to go to the one that was out in LaGrange, and the one in LaGrange felt like it was always better than the ones that were here in Louisville. Mm-hmm. That's where, because my grandpa, before he passed away, we used to go out. He stayed at this little retirement home out there, and they had one right next to the highway, basically, and we always got that white chicken pizza. Yeah. Next time you go, at least get one slice.
My wife would probably love it.
You just
Can you get individual slices there?
I mean, it's been so long.
They used to do a buffet.
They had the buffet. Mm-hmm. They had the buffet out in LaGrange. It was the only one that I remembered specifically, because it was cool that you could go get like one of every different slice. Yeah. And then you could test stuff. So like they had like a Cajun pizza, which was, or it was a Mexican. It was like
something like
Mexican Cajun or something. They had the white chicken, which was like a totally different style of pizza, and then they had their normal, like, Supremes, pepperonis. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's good. I've had a bite of a white pizza before. That was solid for sure.
That's the only place I've ever had it.
Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, it was used with some kind of like Alfredo, with Parmesan chicken. Had some onions on it.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I'll tell you what, it was one of the better pizzas I think I've ever had.
I took my daughter and my mom to Fat Jimmy's Pizza Buffet. It's off of Shelbyville Road, but
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I had been.
What part of Shelbyville?
Like
St. Matthews?
No, it's going towards Middletown. I'd been wanting to try it for a while, and I finally went in there for the same reason, buffet. I was like, I'll get to try all kinds of stuff. And
is it active? Does
Louisville
still have buffets?
Oh yeah, this was like 4 months ago.
So it's Fat Jimmy's?
But I wouldn't rush it. It was like a Gaddy's kind of taste.
Yeah, but it's been so long since I've been to a buffet.
Yeah, pizza buffet at that. I think Hometown still does it, or whatever they're called.
I know for sure the one in LaGrange had the buffet, but this other one that we went to in Louisville never had it. And I always thought that was weak that we always had to go there. I'm trying to remember which one it was.
Yeah, I know the one in Fern Creek did but this was years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was
they were telling me about it. They were like, you need to come during the week, and I was like, oh, we'll clean you all out.
Was it off of Brownsboro, maybe?
It's not like he's made them all shut down if they don't live up to his standards. But we just got Craft House like last week, and it was still pretty good.
I've never actually had it.
It's good. I mean, it's just.
I just get caught up in ordering Domino's and Papa John's. Like, those are totally fine with me.
I love Domino's when done right. I love Papa John's when they do it right, but they're so hit or miss.
I got a thin crust from Domino's the other day. It was on point.
Oh, yeah. Domino's thin as fire.
Well, sometimes they screw you with the marinara. You're talking about marinara. So sometimes they don't
put
like
just eating crackers.
There's been times where I had to order extra marinara, And then, dude, it is so caked on that like it's like sloppy. Like, cause I want that crisp cracker.
Oh yeah,
You know?
but the sauce too. Yeah, I know, I know. That's one of my biggest pet peeves in the last 4 or 5 years. When you call to order a pizza, you talk to a freaking automated
Oh
machine,
yeah.
or you talk to
Shit.
someone at a call
I
center.
couldn't even tell you the last time that I
Yeah, you
called
just
a
do it
pizza
online.
place. I do it on the app
Yep.
every time.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of
And
fact, I actually got a free pizza that I need to take advantage of.
yeah, it's crap because I want to talk to the person making my pizza. I
Yeah.
want to say, hey, listen, I want extra sauce. And when I say extra sauce, I don't mean just a little bit. I mean like double the sauce.
Well, here's actually another thing that kind of kills you is like when I order wings sometimes, and like Domino's, for example, sometimes gives you like these super moist wings, and it's like, dude, can I have these in for like 5 minutes longer?
Yeah.
But like if you get on Papa John's website, there's an option when you're doing the app to have well done wings. But on Domino's, there is no option. So like you can't tell them to like leave them in longer. You would have to call in to do that.
Yeah, it's awful. I mean,
So that's
same
actually
thing.
why I
Same
don't order them very
Papa
often.
John's. Like, yeah, I'll order online, or I'll call the little call center, and I'll say extra sauce on the. I mean, you'll say it. You'll get the pizza thing.
Keep going for another hour or so, or
Whatever you want.
it's up to you. It's whatever you guys want. Maybe just another hour, just because game got kind of good. Now.
I can do that at Tops,
Yeah,
but my
Tops an
ride's
hour.
We'll do
my
one.
ride's gonna be here soon.
Okay.
So yeah the I forgot what I was gonna say. The apps have been convenient, but like I'd also be able to prefer to tell them exactly what I want, how I want it. It's my
Preach.
pizza and I want it now.
Yeah.
Although I am actually kind of beefing with Papa John's right now, so I'm on bad terms with Papa John's. They probably didn't even get to tell you, but they ordered them. This is several weeks ago, a couple months ago actually, probably. But I ordered pizza, and I live right down the street from a Papa John's. So like when they say, "Hey, we're on our way," it's usually like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So they're like, "Hey, we're on our way." Like 35, 40 minutes later, they're still not there. And I'm like, "You do know I live 3 minutes down the road." So something's obviously not wrong here. And they were like, "Well, George is already back, and he said nobody was there."
See you later, Scott. Sorry, we're talking. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah,
buddy.
sorry. Yeah, we were getting caught up waiting for this game to get going. But basically, I told him I was like, I have the selection to just leave my food at the door. And they were like, well, they left the food at the door. And I'm like, well, I'm standing out on my front porch, and there is nothing here. And they were like, well, he left it there. And I'm like, no, he didn't. And basically, the exact same thing happened again after that. Like, they didn't show up. And I'm like, dude, like,
And they didn't just say.
they were
so
like, hey,
sorry,
we'll send
give
you another pizza. And I'm like, you think I'm going to sit here and wait another 45 minutes for y'all to get here? Like, I'm good. I ordered Domino's, and Domino's was there in 20 minutes. Yeah, I take my pizza very seriously.
I'm with you.
I want my pizza, and I want it now.
In a certain way. Just so you all know, while we are getting new players at the table, I think they have decided to do the stream for one more hour. So this is Midnight Madness.
Yeah, I'm going to say about 12:30, 12:40 is probably when I got to be done.
Okay. So we'll do that. We'll do it till 12:40.
Yeah, I was only supposed to stay till 12, but I can stay a little bit longer.
These degenerates have talked us into 40 minutes of bonus overtime.
I will take it. I gotta get some money together because I gotta go get me some poker books. I don't know all these terms. I gotta study up on the game. I'm only good at pitching cards. Actually, I haven't dealt since the series, so I need to start dealing again. I need to fix that camera. That camera is really annoying.
Yeah, I don't think it's been too bad, though.
I just don't like how it's off center. It's not accurate. Like you could tell that it's been touched. Like this picture right here, you notice how the Club Jack logo is farther down on the screen on the right side. That means that angle is messed up. So
Yeah.
that camera angle needs to be fixed. I fixed this camera angle. And this one, see how this should be lower to where because what happens is when it shows the graphic of the cards, it cuts off the flop.
Gotcha.
And it's not showing the Louisville, Kentucky logo.
Sixes for Steven.
Looks like he just limped the straddle.
And Ray is, he got the Jack 6 here. And 5 deuce. That's your buddy's hand.
5 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, but look what he flopped. Oh, yeah. But he flopped the ball
Open-ended, not
and
bad.
A 6 would be
Yeah,
money,
6
money, money.
would be pretty disgusting. Actually, the last time we hoped for a 6, it did, in fact, come out and gave dude a boat and another dude straight flush. So let's see if we can get that miracle 6 one time.
Oh, I
So
thought
close.
That was it.
So close.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that Nate's probably going to feel a little bit better about his hand now that he's hit a pair. Still has a straight draw, even though it's the dummy end. Let's see what this river is.
Oh, my God. But it's a 4
So,
ladder.
so Nate's got a straight, but, obviously he's not going to like it. But generally speaking, his opponent just called.
Where did that
And then
6
finally
come
bet the
from?
turn, so...
Man, that 5 saved Nate. I mean, Steven. Excuse me. Oh, Lord have mercy. Welcome back. 1 out or 6. It would have been a little bigger pot if that 5 didn't show up on the turn.
So they're still going to town on that pizza. I guess there's some fans of Pizza Hut still out there.
There's not many.
I mean, I don't want to down them too hard because obviously Club Jack did a really nice thing by providing pizza to everybody, and they probably just went with the fastest option, whoever was closest. But
I mean, it really wasn't that bad.
it's better than the last one they had. That,
I agree. The one next door.
I don't know what the name of that place is. It's not very good.
No.
The worst pizza I've ever had. I'd love to get Dave Portnoy out here.
He would not
to review that pizza.
He would think he wasted
Trash.
a trip.
Trash. 0.
But to be fair, that's not a pizza joint. It's an Italian restaurant.
I'm sure they have good spaghetti.
I got a calzone from there too. Yeah, I might. Yeah, maybe try the.
They had a calzone there?
Yeah, but it was very similar to the pizza. Very bready, not that like.
Not saucy?
No, they gave me some sauce, but there wasn't a lot of meat in it.
I want a sauce sandwich.
Yeah, sauce me up.
Jeff, Jeff is a local here. I've dealt to him many times at the casino. He's some pretty good action. Of course, we see Aaron join the game as well. Also good action. Player's not afraid to play.
Yeah, as you can see, buys in for $1,500.
Yeah, he came ready to play.
Gut shot for Aaron.
Yeah, you can do nothing but just check call here. Really like that.
Backdoor hearts. They both have gutters now. Nothing versus nothing. Raise nothing's good enough to win.
It's got to be a good feeling to just flip over jack high and then rake down the pot. Because you never think it's ever going to be good.
No. Those are interesting spots, right? Because you're obviously you're just taking a stab on the flop. You get called, so you don't love it. So sometimes you might want to continue your bluff, but the board got to the point where
Yeah.
you're more likely to get looked up if, say, he just called you with a 3 on
Yeah.
the flop or something like that.
I think I think it would have been better for him to probably try to take a stab at it because I don't know. I mean, basically once it goes back around to the straddle on the button and then he just checks his option, I just don't think there's going to be many aces in his range.
Jessica stands for, starts with what? Jack? A J?
Yeah, and she's going to put in about 30% of her stack.
Oh, no action for Miss Jessica. Yeah, that's yeah, you're right, because he actually, with the Jack 10, he stabbed on the flop with nothing. Then he turned to gutter with the Queen. If he would have double
I would
barreled,
have
he
liked
would
to
have
see a
just
double
won it
barrel
right
there.
there. Everything folds out besides maybe a flush draw or
Or an ace.
an ace, exactly. He just takes
But
it
does
down.
your opponent, do you think that when it folds around to one away from the straddle that he's just limping with an ace?
Yeah, probably not.
I would say hands that he's limping with are probably more the exact same range that he had was like Jack 10 that Ray's had, like Jack 10, 8, 9 suiteds, maybe King 9 suiteds, something like that. I think an ace is just a mandatory bet because it's dead money out there. I mean, yeah, sometimes you could probably play that tricky, but if you have an ace and there's a straddle on the button and everybody folds around to you, I think that's just 100% mandatory raise. So I think Rays kind of, even though he ended up still winning the hand, I think I would have liked to see Rays bet small like he did on the flop and then just continue on the turn. Even though he didn't have anything outside of a gutter, I think it's just, there's not many aces in that range that he has to worry about. So let's see if anybody decides to get spicy here after Nate raised it up.
Nate the Great. Aces have gone around tonight.
It's been a lot of aces and a lot of jacks. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of ace king. A lot more than what we've seen.
I don't think he's going to get any action. Oh, Jeff called him. Jeff's going to call
Aaron
the King
called?
7 suited. The old
Yeah, Aaron
Craig.
came to play.
Big Craig.
3-4 jack.
Not a 3, pair of threes. Aaron could get sticky.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where maybe Aaron's just going to try to pray that his opponent has ace king and missed, and he's going to fire out a continuation bet. It's a nice little bet. Was it 55?
Yeah. I think Aaron continues.
Yeah, I think Aaron can see one and hope that his opponent was on some overcards and then reevaluate the turn.
He does call. Yeah, that 6 is.
Oh my goodness.
God dang, ace is cracked again.
And he makes a great play with the check.
And this is very, very sneaky.
Yeah, because I think if he check raises here, he's going to make his opponent believe that he's just on a jack and that his jack is the best hand.
Oh yeah, that's a really good card for a jack.
Yeah. So I think what we need to see here, I think we need to see here is a raise to about, he bet 115. I'd like to see about 250. I think 250 is a perfect number because it looks like you're just trying to keep that jack.
Oh, what just happened? Oh my! Well, so this is a really bad card for Nate.
And that's why I think I want to see that raise on the turn because now there's hearts out there and he just checks it back. I think that's a bad check as well.
Yeah, he gets it. He might get it all if he raises the turn.
Yeah,
that 3 looks very safe for those aces.
It really does because again, in my eyes, to me, it feels like your opponent has the jack and he's just thinking that you have the overcards and that his jack is good. So if he goes ahead and raises that up a little bit, I think aces feels confident enough to go all in, personally. Because like, oh, he's just got a jack here. He's just trying to get me out. That's why I really wish we had microphones on the table so we could hear this table talk a little bit better.
That's a good bad card for Nate on the river.
Yeah, when the hearts come out, completes hearts, completes the 2 pair on the board. I think you just realize your equity and just check it down. Pray your opponent doesn't have the boat.
Just read that Florida is a 3.5-point favorite over Kentucky tomorrow.
Is that Florida, I think?
Has to be.
That's weird, considering Kentucky, I think, is 6th in the nation and Florida's unranked.
Yeah, but I like that a lot. Unless Kentucky's sitting somebody out. Pittsburgh's getting 9, or Louisville's getting 9 versus Pitt at home. They're getting 9. God, Kentucky's getting 3.5. That's wild. It's kind of scary though. Like you said, they're looking at the 6th-ranked team versus an unranked team. Most people are going to jump all over Kentucky.
Yeah, someone's got to be up. They know something. Anytime you see stuff like that, you know.
Still 1,800 to 1 to win the championship. God almighty,
I got 50 on them.
I want to bet a lot more than that.
I just took a free bet on them.
I mean, they're really, really good this year.
It's actually our best shooting team we've ever had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're really, really good. I want to bet them. I want to bet them like 1,000 to win. Because I think to make the Final Four, they're like plus 450. So I want to bet them like 1,000 to make the Final Four and like 500 or maybe even 1,000 to win it, and then just take every other team against them on the money line up until the Final Four to cover.
That's 16 bands if you win.
Yeah, and you don't have to like in the first 2 rounds. You'll literally be able to lay off like a $50 money line on the other team and cover your whole bet if they lose in the first round.
Wow.
You know, I don't think they're going to lose in the first round, but you only got to lay off $50. Then do the second round probably be like 150 or 2 whatever. But you have 60. No, if you win it, it'll be more than 16. Man, 18,000 if you or no 500. I say 500 to win it.
It'd be half that.
Yeah, so 8,000 and then exactly 4.5 on 1,000. But I'd probably lay off all the way up, to the Elite Eight. Now the Elite Eight, you're not going to get as much odds on because they're going to be closer. Well, they won't be as big of favorites in those games, so. But you still have so much wiggle room. You could 16,000. You only got to cover. You could literally bet 4,000 on the other team, and you're gonna either win 12 or.
I'm not doing that. I'm gonna have faith.
Oh, fuck that.
I'm not betting
taking
anybody
the
against
whole point
Kentucky.
of betting futures. I tell people all the time, the whole point of betting futures is to get them in a spot and then hedge the other side because anything can happen.
No, you can definitely do that. I just don't do that with Kentucky.
Yeah, well, it's hard to win.
I never do. I've only won once in 12 years.
I've bet on them like twice to win the title in the last couple of years, and they obviously didn't do it. But like last year, or not 2 years ago, when they lost in the first round, I had like 300 on them to win the whole thing, and I think it was going to pay 3,000 or something like that. I bet them like at Christmas time, and but all I had to do was bet on that other team that beat them in the first round, like $25, and I covered my whole 300. Plus, I'd have made like $200. That's the whole point of sports, man. It's so hard to beat sports. You got to find spots where you can't lose because if you don't, you can lose in some weird, sick ways.
Yeah, I just put 100 on them before the season every year, and the only time I ever hit them, they were like 8-1. So I really didn't win much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This team is way better than 18-1. Way better. They are gonna be.
Oh, hits the miracle jack. So now Steven's gonna have to hit the heart, even though he had it anyways. But to me that's the whole. They were they were ranked 16 or 18 to start the season, but had the third or fourth best overall odds.
Oh, I know.
Made no sense.
I know. But they've not changed, and they look great.
They've only had one bad loss so far, and it was at home.
Yeah.
And that was when they were trying to implement Bradshaw into the lineup.
The other one was Kansas by a bucket, and they had a 15-point lead in that game. And then North Carolina they beat. You know, they're like I said. I mean, they're not a lock by any means, but they definitely are going to have a shot.
We actually got some tough games coming up because we'll have to play. You know, Florida's always going to be somewhat tough. Tennessee is going to be tough. Some of the other SEC teams are pretty tough.
No, definitely, no doubt. But I don't care about that stuff. I just care about the national tournament.
Yeah, I only actually ever bet money on football. If it comes to any other sports, I'm putting 100 on Kentucky to win it all before the season. I did actually bet the NBA this past week. I had a free $5 bet, and I bet 2 games, and I lost on a three-pointer at the buzzer from half court. Although that game was tied, so they were still going to go to overtime no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But to lose on a... Did you see that shot?
Yeah, I watched
JAQK?
the whole fourth quarter. I mean, the Warriors were up 18. I love the Warriors. They were up 18 in the fourth quarter.
I didn't get to see the whole game, but I saw the end of it.
But, like, that's my point, right? Like, you bet, like, a little parlay future, whatever you bet. Not future, but you just bet, like, whatever you bet. Like, the way to win is to, like, if let's say you had 500 bet on it, well, that would have paid, what, 900?
Yeah.
You literally go, but when the Warriors are up 18, then you just go bet.
the money,
you just bet the money line on Denver at that point.
No, for sure.
And you can't lose.
Yeah.
Or you can cover your loss if they something like that happens.
I do that in football.
Yeah,
I just don't bet
it.
sports. I bet football, and that's it.
Yeah, live betting, you can save your ass if you watch and you know what you're.
You gotta be quick with it though.
Yeah, you do.
The odds changes are so quick.
You got like I made a mistake when DraftKings and all them were giving out all that free money. I had a pretty good bet on. I needed the Niners to win just the money line. They were like a 10-point favorite over the Arizona or some shit. But in the third quarter, no. I think what I did was there's one or two ways I could have done it. I could have watched the game and see if 49ers hopped out on them early, then I could have bet live on the other team, or I could just bet the money line on the other team before the game, because the parlay, everything else in the parlay hit. It was like a 5-team parlay, and I'll just bet it before, and it was only like $20 to win, like 100 or something. But 49ers jumped out on them like 18-0. Like I could have like easily got better odds if I just waited. But I couldn't lose either way. Like that's what I like to do, because I just know, I mean, you just can't beat sports.
It's hard.
It's very, very hard.
This dude.
What?
I had a friend of mine a couple weeks ago. I'm sorry, but this was the stupidest thing ever. He did a 10-team parlay. It was $20 to win $450, and he had hit 8.5 out of the 10. Basically, it was I don't remember what week it was, but it was Tennessee.
It was all football?
It was all football and some basketball.
Okay.
Like the last game was basketball. So this game was Tennessee against the Dolphins right after Frank Wycheck died. And I was like, Titans aren't going to lose that game. They're going to win. And anyways, long story short, the Dolphins were up 14 in the fourth quarter. And all they had to do was win that game, and then he had to win the basketball game, and he would have won $450. So at this point, he was at $350. And I was like, you need to cash that out right now. And he's like, well, why would I cash it out? This game's about to be over, and then, I got only one more game. And I'm like, because you're guaranteed $350 out of a maximum of $450.
Exactly.
Like, why are you going to gamble for only $100 when, like, I kept trying to explain this to him, and he wouldn't understand. I was like, at right now, you are guaranteed $350, and you're willing to risk $350 for $100. That's not good math at all. And so what ended up happening? He didn't cash out. and Tennessee Titans ended up making like a 17-point comeback in the fourth quarter to beat him,
Yeah.
and he ended up losing that parlay. Didn't get a single dollar.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't tell you
It's like,
how
what are you
many
doing?
times you hear at casino or games, oh man, I missed my parlay by one.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and they'll tell me, dude, all I need, I've hit all, I'm on the last leg of this parlay. And
Cash
I've
it.
got, yeah. And they're like, all I got to do is have North Carolina beat Duke tonight, or by 3, and I'm about to win 5,000. And I'm always like, just go bet the other side,
It's just
2,000.
people aren't happy with what they got. It's like if you're in a poker game. If you're in a poker game and you have $990 and you're like, man, I want to get to 1,000. Man, I want to get to 1,000. And then you go broke by just trying to win that extra $10. Like, what did that accomplish? Like,
I'm telling you,
I've done it before. I mean,
yeah.
I've done it before where I had, like a little bit of money in it, or whatever it may be. Like maybe I had like $450 and I was trying to get to 500, or maybe I had $950 and I was trying to get to 1,000. I was trying to get to that full rack. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, very next hand, I ended up, getting aces versus kings. Dude hits a king on me or something like that. So
Dude, I learned that very young in gambling. My buddy had $93,000 playing blackjack, and said, "I'm gonna get this up to 100 and get every yellow chip, whatever the $1,000 chips are, yellow chips or orange chip, in the rack." And lost, bet like enough to get it, lost, bet that back, and lost $90,000 chasing it,
so
chasing
stressful.
7.
Oh, look at this flop here.
Hello.
Yeah, so Ray's, unfortunately, doesn't have too strong of a hand. He does have a gutter, but he's going to take that betting lead. And he's going to run into James that's going to have none of it.
Yeah.
And if I'm James here, I'm raising. I don't know if I'm slow playing this. I'm going to go ahead and take my equity. And
Poor James. Ray has absolutely nothing.
yeah, that's going to be the downside. It's just, God, such a strong hand. You're never drawing dead, no matter what. Nothing can have you drawing dead there.
Garrett Browning says, Aaron Cole, Jeltmaker, looking extra sexy tonight with his Skyfall watch and signature quarter zip. Man, that's right.
What is a Skyfall watch?
I'm not sure. Sounds like a 007 reference.
That's what I was going to say. The only Skyfall I know is Daniel Craig.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Actually, that soundtrack was pretty dope. Let the sky fall.
We know.
I do actually have a quarter zip that I almost wore today, but I didn't. It was a little too chilly out.
Quarter zips are acceptable.
Yeah, I got me when I was down in the Bahamas. I was pretty salty because I didn't take nothing with me. Like, I didn't take no hoodies, no hats, because I was thinking that they were going to have, like, a really dope gift shop with, like, WSOP Paradise gear, and they didn't have nothing.
Huh.
So I ended up just buying one, like a Paradise branded shirt and hat while I was down there.
Pair of jacks for Nate. Nate the Great.
Yeah, James
2
middle
overs
pair.
for Jessica.
Cax under pair. Aaron backdoor straight draw. Is this a queen on the turn? I
Looks
can't
like it.
tell.
Yeah, of
queen, so it
clubs.
looks
So
like
that's a
Aaron's
pretty
gonna go
sweet
ahead
card
and-
for Jessica if you could pick one out of the deck.
Yeah, it's going to be about the best you can get. And
Shit,
she's-
Nate might look her up with just, it's only $10. He's got the jack of clubs.
Yeah, 10 is a pretty low bet.
Aaron call. He's got a queen. Oopsie daisy. That gives them both 2 pair.
Yeah.
Oh,
so-
no. He folded the king jack.
Yeah, he folded King Jack, so it's just Aaron G in there with the Queen 10. I think what's going to happen
And
here is
she bet a quarter zip.
betting a call, and Aaron's going to get the bad news that his queen's no good.
She gonna get her a little. She bet enough to buy her own quarter zip.
$72. You're not going to get a high quality quarter zip for 72.
Really?
No.
Well, that's like the little thicker ones. My quarter zips are all like dry fit Nike.
Oh, you can probably get one of those for 50 or 60.
$50. Yep. They're in the $50 range.
Yeah. I'm thinking something that's a little bit.
A little more classy.
Yeah, well, I mean, not that those aren't classy. I mean, don't get me wrong.
They're not.
Well, I mean, they're super
They're
nice.
nice.
And
Yeah, they're
of
comfy.
Higher quality. I'm just thinking of, like, I can't tell what brand that is.
Look, I would like Izod maybe, or
Like it had the penguin on it. I couldn't tell.
what's the penguin?
The penguin is. That's a good question.
Well, let's ask Garrett. Garrett knows this guy's wardrobe. What brand do you think that quarter zip is, Garrett?
fairly nice. I wouldn't mind getting a blue one. Can't tell what that is.
Looks like a rhinoceros or something on there.
You might have a higher quality on your.
No, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a goat.
Rhinoceros would be Echo.
It sure would. Well played, Echo. We got an Echo reference in tonight. If you know, you know.
Oh, I haven't seen any of that in forever.
Look at that. I don't think they're in business anymore. They might be. We'll check. I'll go Dillard's and let you know, or I'll go to Jefferson Mall. Look at this hand. James got him a little king high flush draw. Nothing for the letters, and a 9 and backdoor spades for Mr. Aaron, who turns
the spades. So
that's
gonna be
better.
That's gonna be a hand that he's just never gonna fold now. But it looks like it's just gonna go check from
But
the looks of it.
four-liner opens up the bluffing. Yep, Aaron's gonna turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, and see, this hand's right here, I feel like James, when you, let's see, he check called, and then I'd like to fire out. I just don't like playing so passively with my hands, especially when I have, hands that are blocking other potential hands. I think I'd like to see James play it a little bit more aggressively. Although now he got lucky to hit that king on the river.
Yeah, but he's not gonna call. I don't think with the four-liner.
Yeah, but that's again that we're just.
Well, he might call.
We're finding ourselves in positions where we're just trying to hit hands, and then when we don't hit them, we fold, and when we do hit them, we bet.
Oh, he might sniff this out.
Yeah, it's just the downside is looks like it was a good call.
Wow, very nice call.
Yeah, the downside there is, with the 4 cards straight out there, obviously ace-10 is still out there. Even hands like 10-8 are there. Well, even though the 10's still going to be a chop, any 10's a straight, but.
Yeah, any 10 with diamonds or.
I'd like to think with my king, I'd like to go ahead and I have a blocker to the nut straight already. I got a backdoor, I got the flush draw. I flopped the flush draw. I think I'd just like to see him play a little bit more aggressively.
It's a good bluff. It just a nice sniff out by Mr. James.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a good call, but I think it's a better bet because he's putting maximum pressure on his opponent without making it look too bluffy.
Yeah.
Like it looks like value, but it could be a bluff.
James deduced that it was a bluff.
Yeah, I think with the diamonds missing, the spades missing, anytime those draws miss, you should be a little bit more apt to call. When people are betting, it's not always because they have straights, flushes, boats, whatever. So we can't always be scared just because somebody bet, started shriveling up and folding pretty decent hands. Tight Mike here, hit the Miracle 5. Let's see how he plays it here. We got a bet from Steven. Jessica, though, might ship it. And she's going to, yeah. Okay, so Mike was the one that raised, and now it looks like here Jessica's going to just call it. Yeah, so Jessica's going to be in a bad spot here because she's going to need that heart or that ace. Hopefully it's not the 3 of hearts.
Well, what about the deuce of hearts? That's going to be
Hearts is going to work. Yeah, so
I think it's going to get paid off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think.
Yeah, he put her all in. Yeah.
Did he put her all in?
Yeah, she only had
How much do you have?
Like less than 200. Yeah, I mean he's not folding a 5 there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread it. I thought the 656 was what she had, but that's actually the pot that she just won. Okay. Well, it looks like Mike finally got unlucky tonight. Hit the Miracle 5 on the turn, but lost her runner. That's brutal. And it looks like Jessica's going to get back up to where she should be.
Nice hand, Miss Jessica. Heart on the river. Never looks so good.
Yeah, especially being disguised. Anytime it comes runner flush, it's always really hard to put your opponent on it.
Yeah. Might have been a little different if she had about 500 back.
For sure.
I mean, he's probably still going to pay a decent amount of it, but he doesn't have to put her all in.
Yeah, but Mike's solid enough to know that she would have to have a lot more because I think he's willing to pay off a decent amount, like up to what she had, but like really anything more than that, I think Mike is the one player that's good enough to fold trip vibes right there. I think it's just one of those stacked depth situations where you're just never folding. It's kind of like when the ace seven folded earlier. It's just you can't fold those spots. If you got it, you got it, but I'm just never folding. It becomes it's not a profitable play. So let's see what we got here. We got a raise from raise. And it looks like we're going to go two ways. Pocket nines against pocket sevens. Flop. Queen high with a nine. Raise feeling pretty good. Middle set. Looks like Ray's going to do his little standard continuation bet. No, that's pretty late. Now, so because we're on a 15-minute delay, I was asking. I thought he was like, is it one? Continue. I was supposed to leave.
Doug plays at the casino. Doug, he texted me earlier. He was like, "You can be at the casino tonight. I need your advice on video poker." Basically, he's got 500 in free play because I'm just trying to get the cash out of it. He said, "But I know video poker's my best chance." Anyway, so he's like sending me these hands. What would you? He don't know how to play at all. He's like, "What would you hold here? What would you hold here?" And he just sent me this. Like he said, "What should I hold here? The pair of fives or the 4, 5, 6 of clubs?" And I said the pair of fives, and he sends me back. They're holding them. That's 125 bucks.
So we got tight Mike being super tight, raising at 15, pocket sixes. Tight guys doing tight things. Oh, we got double five deuce. But everybody's
You know, our
Fold
man
it.
ain't playing no 5 deuce. He just flats with ace king pre-flop. So weird, right? That's why poker's so interesting. The man started off calling with the 9-5 of diamonds, flopping his flush draw and playing it super aggressive.
yeah, but
And then
hit
now he's
something.
not played out of line at all.
No.
He's actually extremely in line.
Even when he has like the strong hands, he's just not putting money into the pot.
Yeah, pre-flop. But I mean, when he's got like the aces full of kings, he's running his fish off. Remember when dude had ace
Oh, yeah.
9 and he had
It
ace
is.
king?
It is an interesting strategy to put in as much money as possible with nothing, and then as little as possible with the stone cold nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for seeing flops and trapping and making sure you got
Because
your
even when he
hands
had
made.
that ace king hand, he bet big, but he didn't go crazy big.
Dude bet 60, he made it 200.
Yeah. The time before that, when he had the flush draw, he was betting like 250 with on the turn, or 150 or whatever it was. It's like, what are you doing? But everybody's got their own play style. Sometimes you just got to figure out a way that you enjoy playing, and everybody's just got different ways of thinking about things, looking at things. So we might think it's kind of crazy, but in somebody else's mind, it might be right up how they prefer things. So it's kind of hard to say though when say anything when dude's showing a profit. So see here, Mustax is 1.6K. It's got about 16% of chips on the table. And once again, Pocket Jacks have made an appearance. Tight Mike, probably going to bump it up to 15, 20. Okay, there was a straddle, yeah, so he's going to make that 20. Now Jeff, very interesting. Ace 10 of clubs going to go ahead and 3-bet that to 75. Mike, I feel like can only just call, and Jeff better pray the flop doesn't come 10 high. He went all in. Oh, see, that's awful. So Jeff went all in before the flop came out and was lucky enough to hit 2 overs, which Mike would never be able to call. So he got a little lucky there that he hit the 3-outer and just so happened to go all in before the flop came out.
And just so everyone's aware, like I said, that we're going to go to 1 o'clock tonight, so 27 minutes. This Friday Night Madness.
Yep, we had to finally say that was the limit because once we got to 1 o'clock, they would have asked us to go to 2. Once we got to 2, they would ask us to go to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to tomorrow. So we got about a solid 25 minutes left. See if we can catch some monster hands. Up comes 3 hearts. Cax with the king of hearts. What's he gonna do?
I'm going to say he's going to check. I don't know. He likes these.
He loves draws.
He plays an
But
interesting style.
if it's the nut flush draw, he's gonna bet $10. If it's like the 5th flush draw, he's betting 75.
A jack would be spicy. Would give aces up for Steven and nut straight for
Yeah.
our letters.
Steven's going to go ahead and donk lead, it looks like. We're going to see the 10 on the river, so Steven with a pair of aces has the best hand, but can Cax get him off of it? Does not look like it. So Steven's going to go ahead and take down that pot. That's a spot there where you're blocking a straight, you're blocking a flush, blocking ace-king. I feel like if we play that hand a little bit more aggressively, we can get an ace to fold there. It's a little optimistic. You have to probably be a little stout with your betting, but I'm trying to see people fight for pots. I'm tired of watching people just trying to catch cards and then play poker. So it looks like Tight Mike's going to go ahead and raise that up with a 3-bet. It's going to get called by Jeff and Aaron, both with incredibly speculative hands. Aaron G calling with the queen deuce off. It's going to flop absolutely nothing outside of backdoor straight and flush draws. Jeff as well, backdoor straight draws, nothing else. Tight Mike with the world. I don't see either other player continuing here. I mean, they put in money. They tried to get lucky, hit a miracle flop.
How much did they call pre?
75
each.
Yeah.
Seat open out there?
That's what I said.
Good Lord.
Why am I back here commentating, watching this?
Hey, Steve Helbig. Hey there. How's everything going? Everything's going great, Steve. We've been at it for over 5 hours here on the live stream tonight. Wrapping the live stream up in 30 minutes, but the action will not stop there. Just the live stream.
Yeah, if you're interested in playing, of course, come down here and visit us at Club JAQK. Or if you're interested in playing in the future, just shoot us a message.
Yeah, I do think I heard the rumblings. Sorry to cut you off there, but I did hear the rumblings. I think they're trying to do this tomorrow night. So. Good Lord, King 3 is in there for 20?
Yeah, people are just playing their favorite hands, and then hits a king.
Yeah, he's going to fly. Oh,
Jeff. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's going to regret playing that King 3 because he's never folding now.
No.
You never fold.
Holy Lord, what game? I mean, I turned my head for a second, and all of a sudden, we're playing 5-10. Oh, well,
so that's that can probably save him a little bit. I feel like after I've bet 100 and got called by my opponent on the flop, I might bet smaller than 225. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for James to continue here.
Yeah,
He's going to have to put his opponent on a straight bluff, but once the ace hits the turn, it's going to be a majority of his range because you know that he's going to continuation bet all of his aces generally on a king high board.
He's not.
And he's not going to give up.
Yeah,
and
I almost would have checked ace king on the turn. That almost locks it up for you. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
you let the 9-10s draw.
I think you still want to charge the draws because now a lot of the hands that continued on the flop would continue on the turn.
Let him do his thing.
That's very surprising that the King 3 called him. He's better praying that a 3 doesn't come.
I don't know why we're a king.
Yeah, king or a 3 would be absolutely devastating for him. So close.
I mean,
Jeff, I think, is going to find himself in a spot where he has just no option but to go all in.
Yeah, he's only got 250.
Yeah.
But what in the world? I mean, what? See, this is the problem. What we were talking about. Like, when you play a hand like King 3 pre-flop, and you flop top pair, I mean, as good as basically as you can flop, I mean, you are just always in a world of hurt.
Yeah, he just milked him.
And in a hand that he shouldn't have saw for $3, he ends up losing $700.
I fold that hand in the small blind when it comes back around to me. If it's suited, we're talking about a totally different thing here. Suited, you still have some potential. But when
Right.
it's offsuit, like again, this is what we're talking about. You're just trying to hit flops. And then when you hit the flop, you just refuse to let it go. And that's the last thing you want to do as a poker player because you just find yourself in too many situations where you just bleed off chips. And basically, what my man did there to him was, he bet 100 on the flop. He bet, what was it, 225 on the turn. And now all of a sudden has only 250 left and only bets 100. You never fold. So he just got straight milked like a vitamin D cow. That's what happened. Let's see both players here. Raise with ace high, tight Mike with a gutter. Of course, Raise is probably gonna lay this one down if I had to guess, and he does just that. Yeah, tight Mike with the gutter. Can't stand the aggression. It's tight Mike with about 20%, 1/5 of the chips in play. It's always a good feeling. Looks like he's going to go ahead and 3-bet that again. I think it was actually a straddle call, and then 3-bet with kings.
Oh boy, Rays will probably be in there with the suited ace.
I think Rays will call one time for sure. Aaron did not come here to fold.
No, and he could get in some trouble.
Yes.
Flop to 5. He
Flops
likes
to 5, and he likes to stick around. Rays, of course, is going to be smart enough to know that he has basically zero equity.
And I think Mike checked it. And oh, he turns 3-pair. Checked around on the flop now.
Yeah, so Mike's played his kings excellently here. He just knows that his opponent most likely doesn't have a 9 and is allowing his opponent to fire out, basically drawing dead, essentially.
Oh,
And it looks like Aaron is going to get max value. Or Mike is going to get max value, rather. Yeah, so that's
That's
the
how you
smart
get
way
a
to play
name like
kings.
Tight Mike.
Yeah, you just allow your opponent just to basically bet, and then you just take it all. Excellent play by Mike there. And that's another thing we need to look at is Mike. His VPIP is at currently 24%, but he is the big winner of the game. So anybody that tells you, you need to loosen up and splash around a little bit more, that's all fine and dandy, but you want to make sure that you are doing it the correct way and telling a good story, and that's what Mike's pretty good at. So being tight and aggressive has definitely paid off for him. People just tend to give him a lot of respect.
King Queen. It's like a premium for Mr. Aaron.
And this is like aces to Aaron here. Let's see how he plays it. Just got his opponent dominated, looking to avoid a jack. We can never see the board, and then that's exactly what hits.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think Aaron's going to find himself in a spot where he is going to call one at least and see what happens on the turn. He's going to probably feel pretty confident that his opponent might not have any of that. I mean, outside of maybe the jack, but looks like JAQK's probably bet, and Aaron's going to go ahead and fold that.
Speaking of, we're about to wrap up here soon. Let's take a look at the winners here.
Yeah, we got about a couple
it.
hands
A
left.
lot of losers.
Yeah. Tight Mike's only up $600 too. That's pretty crazy.
I think the big winner was our friend
Stone.
No, Stone lost
Ryland,
with those
Riley.
the 3 letters. Raleigh won, yeah. I think Raleigh.
DTL.
Yeah,
Or
whatever.
DSL.
Something like that.
We're just gonna call him DSL. Nobody needs to look up what that acronym means. So I'm not sure what's going on right now. Oh, it probably needs hours. Looks like we're getting some hours added.
Miss Jessica with the sevens.
Yeah, unfortunately, she is going to lose one of her sevens. Might be two. Let's take a look here and see what this flop is with three spades. I know Jack 10's out
Queen of
there.
spades out there for James.
Seven of spades. So, can we see the nine of spades hit the board one time? We'd have two straight flushes.
Don't do it to us here at Club Jack.
That would be disgusting. Although, of course, you still have to be cautious considering you have the baby into the straight flush and any queen is going to beat you.
Well, you're just going to have to show me the queen. Second nuts now for Mr. James.
Yeah. James has to feel a lot better now that he knows that the king is gone.
It's a jack of diamonds, it looks like, or queen.
Queen.
So that's, no one has a straight or...
I think, James, you need to fire out small, my man.
Yeah,
I think you need to fire out small. The pot's about 150. I might bet about 25, 35% of that.
Yep, 30. That's a good bet.
Yeah, it's probably going to get a call from Jessica, who maybe,
it did.
and that's exactly why you want to make those bets. Is, obviously, somebody could have a boat, somebody could have, the ace of spades, but most likely nobody has that. So we need to get value from our hand, and he made a exact bet I think that you need to make right there. It's about pretty decent, about 0.25% of the pot, a little under. Just to try to get value from somebody that's going to look you up and think you're bluffing. A lot of the times people just think you're bluffing and that they wanted to take advantage.
You guys in the stream with that. Remember the last time I did it, it cut you off finally?
It shouldn't cut us off. Actually, I don't think you're supposed to until we do.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to do it to you.
I mean...
When I am.
Right? Is that right?
Official wording, 10 minutes left. Yeah, because we have the ability to cut it.
Yeah. Nines, 4-5, Queen Jack for raise.
Well, comes three spades again. Spades are hot.
How many spades are in this deck?
Yeah, only Aaron's got the 4 of spades, but he's going to feel that feels more like the 10 or the jack of spades. So let's see what happens here. Nines hates the flop. Even Rays isn't a big fan of it, but I think Rays is going to realize that he needs to try to get some protection, some value from his queen. Of course, Aaron does call with second pair and a flush draw. And it does not look like he can... Okay, I was wrong. So we had a check, bet, call.
Oh, and someone had nines, right?
Yeah, somebody had pocket nines, but they got out of there. And now Aaron, as I told you before, is going to treat that 4 of spades like at least the 10 or the jack of spades. Stays in there and wins a nice little pot. So well played by Aaron. Well, not necessarily well played, but good looking. Hitting that 6 of spades there gave you the best hand.
Hoping for fireworks this last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Jessica in there
Couple
with the
pairs.
2
JAQK with king, queen, probably never folding.
I don't know. Yeah, he folded. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's kind of played weird all night.
Yeah.
Nate even folded 6s. That's odd. Guess he figured she wasn't deep enough, but she is.
There had to have been a bigger bet that we didn't see or something, because these are just not hands that fold to one raise. I didn't see what the exact action was there, but I'm not folding a pocket pair to open. I'm not folding probably king queen in position to an open. Let's take a look here. Jessica is going to just call with her tens.
She just had 10s last hand.
I think I'd like to see a squeeze out of the big blind one time. But unfortunately, she's going to find herself in dire straits because she's going to desperately need a club or a 10.
Snap call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
got
sure
snapped.
is. That looks like a 9 on R10.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Probably.
Jessica's out of position, so she's going to be up first. Looks like she checks. Now, Ray's has the ability to put her in a very difficult spot. I think he should do that.
He is betting to get her to call this with one club.
And this is how you milk players. You make them think that they have a shot, and you just keep getting them to put money in with worse and worse hands, and then look what happens.
Yep.
Club misses. Ray's is most likely going to check.
Yep,
And then
knows.
Yep. So Ray's played that perfectly. He basically tried to get some last-minute value from his hand. So it looks like Mike's back over the 2.1K range. Steven at the bottom with 4. Well, we probably got about a solid 2-3 hands left at top, so hopefully we can get something going here. Try to see at least 4 people get stacked in one hand.
Oh, yeah.
I don't root for anybody's demise. I just root for action. I'm not biased. Just want to see hearts get broken. Not expecting too much is going to happen with this hand here. I do love the suited 8-9. Of course, 9-4 of clubs has no reason to be in there. King 6 offsuit. Probably should have just folded. Flop's going to come 10 high. It looks like Jeff with the pair of 6s is looking pretty good, but Steven with backdoor diamonds, he's got a gutter, he's got 2 live cards, is actually going to go ahead and take the lead. He's going to hit that 8 on the turn, so Everybody else is going to basically be drawn extremely thin. Only way James can win is with a jack. Only way Jeff can win is with a king or a 6, and that's exactly what he hits. And unfortunately, nobody else has anything, so he's just going to take that down.
Wowzer.
50 is a little stout for 2-pair. Again, I think that, when you have these value hands, and obviously, spades were out there, so he could still lose to a flush. I think with our value hands like this, we just need to bet smaller and almost ensure a call. Kind of make it look like, you're just trying to do a small bet to steal it. I think what happens if we do a little bitty small bet there, our opponent's not too worried about the king or the spades. It just kind of looks like you're stealing it. So might have got a call for a little bit less than that, but who knows? Sometimes these players, they get 2-pair, and then they just over bet it, and they don't think about the range of their opponent's cards. And I mean, if you over bet your cards every time, in the long run, you're actually going to end up losing money because people aren't paying you off. Best players in the world get value from every position. And that's what separates them. Even $20 there. $20 would have been nice. $25, maybe $30. When you start going 50, 60, 70, I mean, these people have to have at least 2-pair to call you. And it's pretty hard in Texas Hold'em. Like Jeff is going to try to take a
Forceful
stab here.
for Aaron.
Unfortunately for him, Aaron
missed opportunity.
He called the bet, and thanks, sir. He called the bet, and I think that it would have been a little bit smoother for Aaron to just call. That's old school.
I know you want it.
I think it would have been better for Aaron to call that spot there, because if our opponent's, leading out incredibly large the way that he was, let him keep firing. I mean, yeah, he might have a jack there, and it's possible to, he could suck out, as all the young kids say. But I think what we did was, yeah, I want it back. What are you doing?
Might be worth some money. He might have just got up on me.
I think he just cost himself some good money there. We have our opponent that's firing out huge. Let's just call and let our opponent hang himself.
Nope, that's
1985.
There you go. Might be worth something. Might be worth $25. That might have been it, folks, for the stream.
Yeah, we didn't even get to say goodbye. That was a lot more difficult than
we were a little worried
than
about
I thought
that. Well, goodbye. Thank you for tuning in, staying with us. Welcome back to Club Jack. We are
we're gonna
excited to be back.
We're gonna try to figure out what's going on for Saturdays. As of right now, the plan is to have games on Saturdays. I hope y'all can even hear us. The games is try to have games on Saturday. Not 100% sure on exactly what the process of that is right now, but we'll try to get that figured out for you all. But for sure, be sure to join us on Friday nights for the foreseeable future. We're definitely going to be here Fridays. We're working on Saturdays. Yeah, possibly Sundays. Just don't know yet.
Yeah, just how you guys know. I mean, the more if you guys show up and y'all want to play, they'll let you play. We'll do it.
It's all going to come down to you guys wanting to actually show up and play. Of course, this place would be nothing without you guys' support. So, as again, if you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, want to get signed up for the live stream, want to get a hold of somebody, get some questions answered, whatever that case may be, you can visit us on clubjackpoker.net. You can also visit us on Poker Atlas. Again, we're also on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, so on and so forth. But again, thank you all so much for joining us, and I guess we'll just see you all the next time.
All right, yes.
Adios. Yeah, I prefer the larger cash option, but whatever. I want all cash.
just came up somebody. That might have been.